Good morning, everyone. It's March 27th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. Our first item this morning, we have 4 resolutions, but on the first and third and fourth, Mr. Bartley, you can't vote on, and on the first one, Commissioner Hedrick, you can't vote on, okay? So for the first item is the Brighton Station StatCom Expansion Forest Conservation Plan number 2025-0240, MCPB number 25-024. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move for approval.
You have to second this one.
Sorry, second, I apologize.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 3-0, I guess, 2, okay? And the next is the Wilgus 2 at North Park Sketch Plan Amendment number 2019-007A, MCPB number 25024. Do I have a motion for
I
approval?
move for approval.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The last 2, Mr. Bartley can't vote on. These are the 16998 Overhill Road Preliminary Plan number 2024-0060, MCPB number 25-020, and 16998 Overhill Road Forest Conservation Plan number F2023-0100, MCPB number 25-021. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0-1. The next 3 are approval of minutes, minutes of February 27th, March 6th, and March 13th. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. You can't, yes, we can all vote on this, yes. Aye, 5-0. Thank you so much. Our third major item this morning is 1C, other preliminary matters, corrected 7749 Old Georgetown Road, preliminary plan number 2024-0070, MCPB number 25-014. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is record plats. We have 1 this morning, subdivision plat number 2, 2025-0160, National Chautauqua of Glen Echo, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. And the next is regulatory extension requests. We have 1 this morning, Berg Field Track Preliminary Plan number 1-2024-0130, and Forest Conservation Plan F2024-1050, regulatory extension request number 3, where staff is recommending approval of the extension. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the extension request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, 5-0. We're going to go right into item number 7, which is PLD Lot 25 redevelopment, mandatory referral number MR 2025-005, preliminary plan number 1-2025-0040, site plan number 8-2025-0030, and forest conservation plan number F2025-0110, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmitting to comments to the Montgomery County Department. We have staff this morning here. Grace Bogdan present this item. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning, and I'm excited to be back to be presenting to you another series of applications that are going to be bringing forward the sector plan vision of the Eastern Greenway in downtown Bethesda. Today we are recommending approval of each of the applications and transmittal of comments to MCDOT for the mandatory referral. And we do have 2 corrections for you today. Just a refresher, the project is located in downtown Bethesda. Within the county, Bethesda is located in the southwestern portion near the district boundary of DC. Specifically within downtown Bethesda, the property is located on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue on a block between Wisconsin Avenue to the west, Tilbury Street to the east. As the board may be familiar at this point, this area of Bethesda has seen several regulatory applications move forward recently. The subject property is highlighted in the red dashed line with the blue background. This is PLD Lot 25, a surface parking lot owned by MCDOT. 2 blocks south, highlighted in blue, is also PLD Lot 44 and 4702 West Virginia Avenue. This series of applications came before the board in the fall of last year for approval of a speed-to-market project. Both these projects are under a general development agreement with the county to redevelop the surface parking lots and bring forward more housing with higher levels of affordability and deeper levels of affordability. In the middle of these two projects is a block with a project called 8001 Wisconsin Avenue. This received sketch plan and preliminary plan approval from the planning board a couple of years ago for the redevelopment of this entire block. And this particular project would also be bringing forward the Eastern Greenway through privately owned public spaces. The aerial on your screen shows the existing conditions for this surface parking lot. Is approximately 1.88 tract acres in size. It contains approximately 130 public parking spaces right now. The property is split zoned with the higher density of CR3 towards Wisconsin Avenue and the lower density CRT 0.5 towards Tilbury Street, with the entire property having a height maximum of 70 feet. What you can see on the property highlighted in the yellow arrows are paper alleys, essentially meaning that when this area was originally subdivided in the early 1900s, there were a series of alleyways that were created and dedicated to MCDOT. Some of those alleys were improved, many of them were not, and so if you look at the site now, you would not know that these alleys existed, and they remain unimproved and only exist on paper, so that's why we call them paper alleys. In the vicinity to the north of Maple Avenue and to the east of Tilbury Street are several single-family homes. It's the neighborhood of East Bethesda. North of Maple Avenue, these homes are zoned R60. And to the south, again, we have south of Highland Avenue, we have the 8001 Wisconsin Avenue project. But currently, there are existing single-family homes and single-family homes that have since been converted to commercial uses. This image here on your screen shows the existing conditions of the county parking lot, and again, because it is owned by MCDOT, we have the mandatory referral component of the application for the disposition of the county land and the construction of the replacement parking within the proposed building. For the subdivision portion of the project, the applicant is proposing to create 2 lots. The lot to the left would be approximately 43,000 square feet in size and would be for the future construction of that mixed-use building for up to 235 units. The eastern lot would become the public parkland, the Eastern Greenway dedication of approximately 14,995 square feet. That paper alley that runs east-west, the applicant is requesting to abandon that paper alley, which would then be absorbed into these 2 lots. And then another technical component of the preliminary plan application includes reduced truncation at the intersections of Maple Avenue and Tilbury Street and Highland Avenue and Tilbury Street. Essentially, Chapter 50 requires these corner lots to provide a 25-foot truncation to ensure proper visibility. But given that this lot will become a dedicated parkland area, staff and MCDOT are supportive of the reduced truncation.
So the lot on the right side would be dedicated to the Parks Department?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So with this site plan, the applicant is proposing to construct a new mixed-use building on that left lot for a maximum density of 230,000 square feet, and it will utilize up to 110,061 square feet of Bethesda overlay zone density. The building itself will have up to 235 units with 20% MPDUs. This portion is based on the general development agreement with the county. The Bethesda requirement is 15%, which the applicant will be providing at 70% AMI, which will be up to 36 units. And then the applicant will be providing an additional 5% of units at 50% AMI for an additional 11 units. So in total, up to 47 MPDUs within this building. Within the 235 units also includes up to 8 live-work units, and this is so the applicant can satisfy the commercial density that is required by the Bethesda overlay zone before seeking Bethesda overlay zone density. And as the board may recall, with the Bethesda Minor Master Plan Amendment, one of the recommendations within that plan was to remove that requirement of projects that would require them to exhaust both the commercial and the residential FAR before proceeding to the Bethesda overlay zone. So that zoning text amendment is with County Council now, and it is not slated to be considered until later this summer. But what we have written into the conditions of approval for this project is if that zoning text amendment is approved, these live-work units could be converted to multifamily units at the time of certified site plan. And we will come back to this and discuss this a little bit more later on. Within the building, the applicant is also proposing 3 levels of structured parking. 2 levels will be for 145 public parking spaces, which will be managed by the county, and then the applicant is proposing a 3rd level of parking for up to 101 private parking spaces for the development. Given that this property is within the Bethesda parking lot district and within a half mile of the Bethesda metro station, the minimum amount of parking for the project is actually 0. So the applicant can choose to reduce this parking at the time of building permit down to 0. Given that the project is providing 2 major public facilities, the public parking within the building and the public park dedication, the applicant is requesting an increase in building height based on the provisions of the zoning code. So the maximum in this area, again, is 70 feet, and the applicant is asking to increase the building height to 83 feet. And we'll talk about this again later on. In terms of access and circulation, the applicant is proposing to locate the garage and loading access off of Maple Avenue, and then the main residential lobby entrance will be located off of Highland Avenue to the south. There will be other entrances to the building off the Eastern Greenway as well as Maple Avenue. The applicant will be improving the streetscape on all frontages per the Bethesda streetscape standards and providing additional pedestrian circulation within the Greenway area. This project was required to go through the local area transportation review and is required to provide off-site mitigation improvements that total about $650,000, and they will be providing those projects in the vicinity, which includes an improved bus shelter on Wisconsin Avenue, improved streetlights, curb ramps, and crosswalks. This rendering here is of the proposed design of the Eastern Greenway. The image is looking from Maple Avenue south towards the building. As you can see, there is a large lawn area for active recreation, and this area will serve as the northern anchor to the Eastern Greenway, which will flow south. And then there is also a plaza area designed within this space that Parks hopes to use this in the future for activation of and other events. There is a condition for the park construction permit to finalize these details. This image here shows a visual of the building from Maple Avenue at Tilbury Street looking towards Wisconsin Avenue. The architecture has been refined since the time of sketch plan with final building materials and massing. As you can see in this visual, the building height steps down towards Maple Avenue to 35 feet to be compatible with the residential area, and the materials in this lower base are of a shingle material, which is more suitable with the residential environment there. Along the ground level on the Eastern Greenway, there will be taller windows, which will help bring light into the building and a line of sight into an interior courtyard that is designed for the building. And this image here is taken on Highland Avenue, coming off Wisconsin Avenue, looking east towards the building and the Eastern Greenway. Within this portion of the building, you can see at the ground level, the public parking does go slightly above grade here, and the applicant is screening that public parking with a combination of vegetation and windows, and with the addition of balconies along the second floor to help activate that base. And this particular area was highly discussed at the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel in September of last year, where they ultimately voted to give the project 20 points for design excellence. As I stated previously, the applicant is requesting an increase in building height based on the provision of public facilities. This is allowed per the zoning code with planning board approval when a property is providing major public facilities that inhibits the applicant's ability to provide parking at or below grade. Given the need to dedicate the Eastern Greenway, the applicant's unable to put the parking underneath the Greenway itself, and so this building section is shown cutting through the property, showing the Eastern Greenway on the right. And as you can see here, this portion of public parking is at grade, and they are essentially asking for this height of the public parking to be added to the top of the building to make a maximum building height of 83 feet. And this section here shows how the building is conforming with residential compatibility. So this section line is taken through the property looking west towards Wisconsin Avenue. So you can see Maple Avenue on the right side of your screen, Highland Avenue to your left. The zoning ordinance provisions require that the building height, when confronting a residential single detached zone, that building height be limited to the maximum building height of the residential zone. So you can see here that the building height will be 35 feet in height, and then it can increase at a 45-degree plane. This project is an optional method within the CR zone requiring public benefits. However, given that the project is providing 20% MPDUs, no other public benefits are required other than the design excellence for being in Bethesda, and the applicant is easily meeting this given the major public facilities and all of the good elements within this application. Given that the application is dedicating public parkland, which was sector planned, the applicant is seeking a PIP credit for the amount that would otherwise be required for the Bethesda overlay zone density. And basically the numbers on your screen here show that what the county is receiving, the value of that dedicated land is approximately 1.3 million, which is a greater value than what would otherwise be required by the PIP, so no payment is required. In terms of forest conservation, the applicant is required to provide 0.24 acres of afforestation, which they will be meeting through offsite baking or fee in lieu. The applicant did request a variance for the removal of 2 specimen trees, which are located on Maple Avenue. And the applicant will be providing those mitigation plantings within the greenway to ensure canopy cover and a lovely area there. All noticing and signage requirements have been met. The project went to the Bethesda IAC in February of last year, and we haven't received any written correspondence to the date of the posting of the staff report, but we did receive some phone calls just asking about questions when the hearing would be today, and then we received one email this morning requesting information on project financing and the timeline moving forward. And I will let the applicant speak to those items, but my understanding is that it will be moving forward within the next year based on how they move forward with the county. We do have some corrections for you today for the site plan conditions relative to the density. As I had previously explained in the presentation, we are providing flexibility in these conditions to allow the live-work units to be converted to multifamily units if the ZTA passes. So the corrections on your screen are essentially to clarify, to allow this conversion to happen, the applicant would need an increase in Bethesda overlay zone density to allow this to happen. And so we're adding this language to the footnote located in condition number 1, which reflects an increase in the Bethesda overlay zone density, and then requesting an additional condition for 3C, which basically says if the ZTA by County Council is adopted, the applicant may convert the mapped commercial density to residential, requiring an additional BOS density of 7,891 square feet for the total of 117,952 square feet of Bethesda overlay zone density and the corresponding increase in the park impact payment. Again, this is something that if the council adopts this in June, all these changes will be reflected on the certified site plan. And just so the board feels comfortable with how this would look in the data table, we show on your screen here how the mapped commercial density would be reduced to 0, and then the total map density would be reduced by that amount, and then the Bethesda overlay zone density would thereby be increased by that amount. But again, the maximum density remains 230,000 square feet. The maximum amount of units are 235, and the maximum amount of, or the 20% MPDUs is reflective of that 235 units. So there's no change there. We do have one correction for the forest conservation plan, condition number 3, to add the trigger for the certificate of compliance for the offsite baking or the fee in lieu payment. And then to go full circle on the park impact payment reduction, the slide I just showed you that the value of the dedicated land for the park dedication is greater than the PIP value. This statement remains true even with the increased Bethesda overlay zone density. So with that, the applications satisfy all the sections for the uniform standards for mandatory review, Chapter 50 for the subdivision ordinance in Chapter 22A for forest conservation, and therefore we recommend the planning board transmit comments to MCDOT for the mandatory referral and approve the preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan with conditions and corrections.
great presentation. Would the applicant like to make a pleasant presentation?
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. Matthew Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gervich on behalf of the applicant, Lot 25 Associates. We'll be very brief. We just wanted to thank planning staff, the whole Down County planning staff, Parks Department have been great to work with, very collaborative in helping us move through this process very efficiently, and we appreciate where we've ended up with the result of these applications. We're in support of all the staff conditions as amended. And I will let Ryan Kim from the applicant from Monument Realty and Lot 25 Associates to my right speak on the timing on the question that Ms. Bogdan raised earlier. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Kim from Monument Realty on the development team. So thank you for your time today. Again, I appreciate us getting to this point in the process. Just to speak to Grace's comment about timing, it is our intention to continue to move this forward. Obviously, we're in a lot of moving pieces macroeconomically with construction pricing, not only fighting inflation, but the uncertainty of tariffs moving forward, tracking rents in Bethesda. But yes, it is our intention to keep moving this project forward and delivering the benefits that have been outlined in this presentation.
Thank you so much. Let me just say this. I hope it moves forward and quickly. This is a wonderful project in terms of what we talk about, complete communities where where people are able to live near transportation and near parks and near retail. So this is a wonderful project like that. And I also love the 20% MPDUs, and especially at 5% of them at 50% AMI. Usually you don't get them at that deep of affordability. So thank you for coming forward with this. I know this one also is using a surface parking lot that that was not used well, so converting a surface parking lot to housing, and we're all about housing and housing for all. So thank you so much. I just had one quick question, just confirming that the greenway, it's dedicated and the applicant will build it, but Parks will maintain it. Is that how it?
The applicant will be dedicating and constructing, and then it will be managed by Parks, yes.
Wonderful. So that's all I have. So do any of my board members have any questions or comments? Please.
Just a couple of quick things related to LATR and that project list. So first, really appreciate this project. We talked about it before. I know we talked about that entire stretch of the greenway blocks, and it's going to make a huge. It's going to be a huge. Hopefully, it moves forward, and if it does, it'll make a huge improvement to the area, and a big contribution to downtown Bethesda. I noticed that a lot of the LATR projects focus on reconstruction of an existing sidewalk on the east side of Tilbury, for example, or a reconstruction of curb ramps. Also mentioned, I think there was mention of a couple of replacement signals on Wisconsin. I was just curious, was there a fuller list of options that was considered, and was there a reason why we landed on these particular it was the reason why the applicant landed on these particular projects to do? There are obviously a lot of needs in the area, and a lot of these streets, the existing sidewalk may have been constructed a while ago, but did the evaluation show that they were sort of in disrepair to just kind of reconstruct an existing sidewalk? I know that there are existing ramps in the area. I'm not totally sure if they was evaluated to not be ADA compliant with those ramps, but just more information about those would be helpful, and also what additional projects were considered.
Thanks. For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Supervisor for CPP, but I also reviewed this project for Down County. Yes, there was a fairly large list of projects that were considered. We worked with MCDOT and SHA to review the LATR and determine what projects we wanted to have them move forward with in consultation with the applicant. Yes, the sidewalks specifically, they were not achieving the block level that we would like to see, and these sidewalks were adjacent, or not adjacent, but across the street, primarily from the development. So that was a focus area that's why that was a particular project to move forward with and include. And yes, the ADA curb ramps that they're doing were not ADA compliant, so addressing ADA accessibility in the area was a top priority as well.
And what was, thanks, I appreciate that. What was the reason for the signal replacements? Was that to sort of bring in a signal that's more capable of kind of a more kind of more adaptive signaling, or sort of a higher technology version of the signal on Wisconsin?
There is not a signal improvement as part of this. There are street lights and bus stop improvements, but there's no signal improvement.
Replacement of 2 street lights? I'm seeing that on the, is that not?
Yes, street lights, yes. So yes, in that case, yes, it's to fix the street light illuminance. They will be doing an illuminance test to conform with the updated LATR. That will be part of the certified preliminary plan. But these were identified, again, as deficiencies for street lighting in the area, and so they're addressing those as well.
Okay. Those in particular caught my eye, and if they're not as bright as they should be, obviously those, that should be addressed. I wanted to mention this because there are a couple of other like specific concerns I think in that particular area that I thought could have been addressed through this list. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. So the curb radius on many of the streets that are kind of intersecting with Wisconsin, those curb radii are often very, very large. Much larger than curb radii in typical urban areas, and they allow for very fast turning movements off Wisconsin onto these side streets like Maple or Highland and so on. Also, very fast turning off of those streets. And considering the proximity of this to Wisconsin, and it's going to produce a lot more foot traffic, I thought this might be an opportunity to address some of these kind of very large curb radii associated with those intersection kind of sidewalks and curbs to help slow down some of the turning traffic. Because I know that when I was living kind of in the nearby area, those intersection points were quite dangerous. Like the speeds are actually quite high of turning vehicles. And there's a lot of people walking around, obviously. There's a lot of people with strollers. Cars move very fast on Wisconsin, and especially in between the existing streetlights. And so were those points evaluated for improvements? Because those seem sort of directly related to improving the quality of the surrounding network as it relates to what this project will bring, which is more foot traffic.
Off-site curb radii are not included in the LATR evaluation. So we look at PLOC, we look at bicycle level of traffic stress, we look at street light and illuminance. Noted on the concern, but that was not something that was evaluated as part of the LATR.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, so pedestrian level of comfort does not include those particular parts of the pedestrian network?
There is a crossing component, but I'd have to look further into what extent the curb radii is included in that.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I appreciate those clarifications. And my only other comment, I know that this can't be changed at this point, but it was mentioned before, or I think the chair mentioned it, that this parking lot, the existing parking lot is it's very underutilized. I know as part of the conditions of the disposition, or I think I remember as part of the conditions of the disposition to include a large amount of replacement public parking. I just wanted to note again that this public parking is going to be underutilized. I think it's currently underutilized. It will be underutilized in the future. And I think moving forward, I wish that when the county negotiates these kinds of deals, there's proper consideration to that reality and also kind of how it relates to the public goals. Because it obviously, for the purpose of the project, it adds a lot of cost, and it's one of the reasons we needed kind of to add additional height as well, because it needed to be above grade. It complicates the project, and it doesn't further the public goal of kind of furthering this as a multimodal space to be in. So I just wanted to note that again, that I think it's unfortunate that it was negotiated in this way to provide so much public parking when the existing condition there is severely underutilized. So I just wanted to note that again. But thanks again to the applicant team. This is a great project. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Brockmeyer, maybe it's this project or another. I'd be interested in understanding what is a movable bus ramp? Was it a bus station or bus? Was it, maybe it was it's something called a movable bus stop or something?
A floating bus stop,
A
is that what you're
floating bu-
referring to?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
Floating bus stop is where there's basically a separation where you have a bike lane in between. So you have a floating, called a floating bus stop, kind of in between. You have the bike lane sort of between the curb and the bus stop. The bus stop is on the other side. So it allows people to get across the bike lane and then they can get on the bus.
Okay, so it's not, the bus stop is not right on the curb. It's separated by the bike lane.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. No other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve? How many should we do? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the mandatory referral number MR 2025-005 with conditions, with staff conditions?
Yeah. Move to approve the mandatory referral with staff conditions and send the comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan number 1, 2025-0040 with staff's conditions?
Yeah, move to approve the preliminary plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the site plan number 8, 2025-003 that staff, with staff's recommended conditions?
Yeah. Move to approve the site plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, including,
Including updated conditions for today.
aye. The ayes have it 5-0. And then last, do I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0110 with staff conditions?
Yeah. Move to approve the forest conservation plan with conditions
Second.
as modified today.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it 5-0. So thank you so much, and we look forward to this site moving forward as quickly as possible. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break and start with item number 8, addition to Glen Hills Section 3 preliminary plan, preliminary/final forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 8, addition to Glen Hills Section 3 preliminary/forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Mariah Claiborne presenting. Welcome.
Thank you. And good morning, members of the board, and thank you for having me. I am Mariah Claiborne, Senior Planner for Up County Division and a lead reviewer for preliminary plan number 12024-0150 and concurrent final forest conservation plan number F2024-0220 for addition to Glen Hill Section 3. Staff recommends approval with conditions for both the preliminary plan and final forest conservation plan for the subdivision of the existing lot. The subdivision will create 4 lots for 3 new single-family detached units and 1 existing single-family detached unit. The subject property is situated south of Circle Drive, west of Newgate Road, and east of Celtic Court. The property lies within the Watts Branch and Lower Potomac watersheds. Nearby landmarks include Glen Hills Local Park to the northwest and Watts Branch Stream Valley to the southeast. The property is within the RE1 zone and is a part of the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan area. Surrounding the property are single-family residences in the RE1 zone and R200 zones. An important environmental consideration is that the property falls within the Piney Branch Special Protection Area. The subject property is identified as Lot 8, consisting of 3.79 acres with frontage to both Circle Drive and Newgate Road. The property is currently developed with a single-family detached residence with a driveway access from Circle Drive. The property features significant amount of tree cover on portions of the site as seen in the aerial photo. The applicant has fulfilled all required noticing obligations, including sign posting and mailing the notice of application on July 1st, 2024. Staff has mailed the notice of public hearing and community correspondence has been received and acknowledged. The applicant conducted a pre-submission meeting on April 23rd, 2024, and some concerns were raised as outlined in the staff report. After the application was submitted, staff received correspondence from the West Montgomery County Citizens Association on July 10th regarding sewer policy conflicts in the Glen Hills and Piney Branch areas, and public sewer extensions related to the subdivision. Staff received county correspondence from the Department of Environmental Protection confirming that the property was within the planned sewer envelope before the 2002 master plan. Thus, sewer restrictions do not apply. Shortly after notice of the public hearing was mailed by staff and the chair received a neighbor's concerns about the rezoning of the property. Staff communicated that this application does not propose rezoning of the property. The application proposes to subdivide the subject property by right into 4 lots for 4 single-family detached units. Just yesterday, staff did receive correspondence from the adjacent neighbor with concerns about the driveway length, house setbacks. Their concern is that the new house would be too close to the road and will be looking at the future neighbor's backyard. Staff explained that the proposal meets minimum front yard setbacks within the zone, and by placing the new house where it is, it minimizes the length of the driveway and corresponding imperviousness, which must be minimized by the SBA, and it allows for more trees to be saved. The neighbor also asked about the requirement for the sidewalk. As conditioned and shown on the plans, the applicant must construct a 6-foot wide sidewalk along the frontages of the Circle Drive and Newgate Road. The applicant seeks to create 4 lots, 3 new single-family detached units while retaining 1 existing home. The existing driveway with access to and from Circle Drive will be removed, and 4 new driveways are proposed from Newgate Road to serve 4 units. A 6-foot sidewalk with a 15-foot buffer will be constructed along Circle Drive and Newgate Road. The application is proposed under the standard method in accordance with Chapter 59 zoning ordinance. All 4 lots will meet the minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet required by the RE1 zone. Each lot meets all dimensional requirements and can accommodate houses with the width and setback requirements. The application is exempt from local area transportation review study, and the property is served by public water and sewer and meets stormwater management and fire access and water supply requirements. No utilization premium payments or UPPs are required as the number of students generated do not exceed the adequacy ceilings. As noted earlier, the property is situated in the Piney Branch Special Protection Area with 2.66 acres out of the total 3.79 acres of the subject property falling within its boundaries. Department of Permitting Services determined that due to the project size being less than 10 acres, due to the project size being less than 10 acres and the imperviousness is less than 15%, then a water quality inventory is required and a water quality plan is not necessary. The property contains no forest and is classified as a medium-density residence. Yes, the application meets Chapter 22A, and the project has a forestation requirement of 0.83 acres. The applicant will meet this requirement by an off-site forest bank or paying a fee in lieu if no banks are available. A tree variance request was submitted with this application, and 3 variance trees are proposed to be removed, and 9 mitigation trees are to be planted on site. The application conforms to the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. The application meets public facilities that are adequate. It complies with all provisions of the subdivision regulations. The proposed lots are appropriate with respect to lot size, shape, width, and orientation of the proposed use. The application meets all requirements of the RE1 zone. It complies with Chapter 22A, Forest Conservation, and also Chapter 19, the approved stormwater concept. Staff recommends approval of preliminary plan number 12024-0150 and final forest conservation plan number F2024-0220 with conditions. And at this time, if you have any questions, I'm open.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have one virtual speaker this morning, Adria Schoen. Are you there?
I am,
Yeah,
yes.
yes, you have 3 minutes. Welcome. It's important for people to testify, and so thank you.
Thank you. So when we met with the land developer and the owner, I don't actually know how long ago it was, there were 20 of us from the neighborhood that came and expressed concerns. I think that I can speak on behalf of a number of us. We thought that there was going to be an opportunity to have input before today. I was out of town and didn't even get the postcard until just 2 days ago. So our concerns and question, I just want to say I represent Jay and Stefan Triandaflu. They're at 12700 Circle Drive. Karen and Randy Crocker at 12613 Newgate Road. Christine and Clinton Lyons at 12600 Newgate Road. Ted and Julie Spropoulos at 12601 Newgate Road, among others. So I'm adjacent to the property that's being subdivided. I have a number of questions. The first is, I think everyone here is concerned about the plan with respect to the character of the neighborhood and traffic. My driveway, my house is set back from the road a bit, and we have a retaining wall. I understand that the 3 houses that will be built will be closer to the road. I know that that is something that was revised based on the water quality plan. I want to know what kind of variation is possible going forward, what kind of input we would have with the Department of Permitting. I wanted to also hear from the Department of Transportation as to why all 4 driveways are now on Newgate Road. We don't have sidewalks, and there's a huge amount of traffic on our road as it's an emergency route. People fly by on the road, and everybody's like really concerned about traffic. As far as the 15% on the water protection with respect to the imperviousness, I wanted to know if the imperviousness could be demonstrated in a different way, if the driveway could be lengthened. The neighborhood, our particular street, has big lots and houses that are set back from the road. As it stands, this plan will have 3 houses close to the road. The house that's remaining with a driveway onto Newgate, where the front of the house is faced towards Circle, and we're just concerned about the quality of the neighborhood.
Are you done, ma'am? Yeah, okay.
Yes, my time is up.
Okay, thank you so much. Would staff or the applicant like to respond to the comments?
I can defer to the applicant.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Michael Norton, Norton Land Design. We are the consultants working with the property owner, who is also here today as well. I actually spoke with this neighbor yesterday evening, and I believe staff also spoke with this neighbor yesterday evening, and also my client, the property owner, went and met with the neighbor yesterday evening as well to go over the concerns that she does have, and I guess several other people within the community have. I'm not really sure I didn't take note of all of the questions that just arose. I can speak to the lot where the houses are located right now. I believe we're looking at attachment A on the drawing that's pulled up. I'm not sure on that. The subdivision and preliminary plan process, as I explained yesterday, does not look at necessarily the house placement, other than that, is it within the building restriction lines itself. Imperviousness, things like that are addressed through DPS, through the future sediment control stormwater management plans that we will file as we move forward. The driveway itself, the one driveway that we're looking at there was an existing driveway for the existing house. It's lot 3 is the existing house, which will be retained. We were trying to use the driveway that was existing, and it crossed lot 4, so we were trying to use the driveway for lot 4. Part of the issue with that is how close it is to the intersection. So through the review process, we moved the driveway to Newgate Road to set it back from the intersection a little bit further. As you see on the current plan, eliminating all of the lengthy existing driveway that is within the SPA for the existing house. The sidewalk, I can go to the sidewalk next. We are required to show the sidewalk, as everyone knows, for the preliminary plan and for subdivision. There is a note on the preliminary plan, a bold note, that we will request a sidewalk waiver. There are no sidewalks within this community. And we are not interested in building sidewalks within this community. So we will pursue that following the subdivision. So that's the house setbacks, the sidewalk, the driveway. I don't know if I missed any others.
I do have question for
Maybe just one question is about the imperviousness. Could they have done it a different way to meet the, yeah?
I can speak to that a little bit as well. So from an impervious standpoint, I think the question is in regard to, can we do other things like the driveway and things? So a driveway, whether it's gravel, whether it's permeable pavement, whatever that product is, it's still going to be considered impermeable at the county level of DPS. So we don't really have a lot of options in the impervious itself on this. The house to the Lot 4 is the one that is closest to the front setback of 50 feet, again, to reduce the imperviousness of the property. The lots 1 and 2 on the left side of the drawing that we're looking at are not in the SPA. And what we try to do is limit any impact to the SPA for lots 1 and 2. So you just see some minor grading where the SPA boundary is, but all the imperviousness is outside of the SPA on those 2 lots.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Do you, Mr. Bartley, you have?
Yeah, this is a question for clarification. Is there going to be one driveway servicing all 4 lots on a private style road, or is there going to be 4 driveways servicing each individual lot?
So there's 1 driveway servicing each lot on this fronting onto Newgate Road.
So lot 1 will have its own driveway, lot 2 would have its own driveway?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And one last question. The 50-foot setback is from which line? It's from the, what, like, it's from the?
It's from the right-of-way, the front.
The front, okay.
Yeah.
Where the driveway starts.
Correct.
Okay, great, great. So I'm thinking that the laws that the 50-foot minimum setback is met here. We had to work on keeping the imperviousness below a certain level, and what I understand you're saying, we're requesting sidewalks, and you're going to go back and ask that they not be put in. Is that what I heard, or no?
Correct. So after the approval process, the applicant, when they go to DPS, the Department of Permitting Services, to get their permits, they could request a waiver of the sidewalk at that stage in the process, which the applicant is indicating they may do, but that's outside our purview and review.
Okay, great. So I'm in favor of what staff has proposed, or the applicant is proposed in staff's recommendations, but I want to hear about other board members.
I'm just wondering that, I think that the community was asking that, was it possible that to push the houses a little bit further back away from, I know that it would create a little bit longer driveway, but the last 2, they're not in SPA. So, was it possible to push it a little bit further back to satisfy the neighbors? Or is it going to be cost prohibitive? I don't know what was the reason. Or maybe cutting more trees, but it's really large backyard.
Yeah, I'll just say that this was really more of a staff request, and one, trying to preserve the treed area in the rear and keep the driveways shorter. But I hear what you're saying. So I'm trying to indicate to the applicant they've established sort of this like front building line that we were anticipating. And yes, these are larger lots, approximately an acre, and there would be a larger rear yard. But I'll now let the applicant respond and let them off the hook with saying in some part they've done what we had asked them to do initially.
So this is typical of an admin subdivision or a small preliminary plan where we have a box for a house and we have a driveway. As part of the permit process following the record plat, we would have a true architectural house And then we would take the driveway and start to align it. I think that there is wiggle room to push the houses back, whether we narrow the driveway, whether we, make the houses reconfigure, what have you. There's flexibility within that. This process does not lock in on this particular project, lock in the exact location of the house or the exact length of the driveway. So I think there's flexibility for that.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Now, I understand what we are trying to do at the same time. If there are a few things that are painless, they're low-hanging fruit, that it could make the existing neighbor more comfortable and at ease, I would try to achieve that. One thing I didn't understand, why we cannot build the sidewalk, why it's not a requirement to have the sidewalks. I think the sidewalks is a good amenity to have. Why? And
Sure. You can require it, and you can flat out require it if you feel strongly. And in areas where staff thinks that it makes sense and that it's necessary, we urge you to do that. In this particular case, it seems on this road, this would be the only sidewalk. We're not seeing a huge traffic travel, kind of a high area that this infrastructure would
but
completely be
there is
necessary
nothing
to
else
support.
around it.
Well, at least on this particular stretch, that's correct. So, in certain areas, we feel strongly about it. We communicate that in some of our larger activity centers. If there is a higher traffic volume and a need for a more
I
multimodal
understand.
approach. But yeah, in this
Okay.
area, I'm saying staff is feeling less inclined to make that. However, if you
I
feel
see.
strongly about it, you may require that.
No, I just was wondering. I think that it is good that you look at the possibility and how it is. I'm fine. Okay, thanks.
I see from the correspondence with the neighborhood a lot of conflicting conflicting asks. They want it to be 50 feet back, but minimize the permeable surfaces. They want it to move around, not be in the SBA, but have longer driveways. There's one house across the street. This is a 50-foot setback. Minimize the impervious surface as much as possible. Put the houses in there and let's get on with our lives.
Yeah. So let me just, thank you for your comment. One other thing about the sidewalks, it's okay. I'm okay if you think in the near term there is no need for sidewalks, but I would want not to put anything in that area where there could be sidewalks so that in the future, right, that you see that some utilities or something goes in that area and then it's a big deal to put sidewalks in. I don't know, can there something we say about that? There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing put in that area where there could be proposed sidewalks in the future so that.
I can maybe speak to that just for a minute. So the reason why we show these sidewalks is that we grade out and we show how the right-of-way can be met through the subdivision process, and that we make sure that we have enough dedication, that we have enough of the easements, the requirements. When we file the waiver from subdivision, the property owner, we have to do a complete analysis and a cost estimate. The owner is actually required to pay into a fee to the county the entire cost of upgrading that right-of-way. So at the time the county ever comes in, that money is allocated for this property.
And nothing is in that, just no utilities or anything.
Sure, utilities are always an issue. Yeah, so the budget for that would include if there has to be power poles that have to be removed, all of that. When we do the right-of-way design, we have to include that in the cost estimate. The owner has to pay into the county's fund for those things to be moved if required later.
Yeah, but why not just not put anything in there?
Well, it would be only existing.
Okay.
If anything was existing, that's correct. We don't put overhead power or anything like that any longer.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be if something is existing. We would have to allow for, within the budget, relocation or things like that.
Okay. So the board members, do you want some flexibility outside the SPA to set back the houses if as long as it still meets these other requirements, or what are your preferences? Okay,
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Leave them.
yeah,
No requirement, though.
No.
no requirement.
No requirement. Take another look at it, but yes, it's fine.
Just making sure I understand, you're saying no requirement for,
Moving the house.
oh, okay, got it.
But allowing flexibility outside the SPA to make the driveways longer, as long as it still meets the imperviousness, and it would have to come back, it wouldn't have to come back to, okay, great, all right, so do I have, how many motions, we need two, right?
One for
Okay, do I have a motion to approve preliminary plan number 1/2024-0150 with conditions, including some flexibility outside the SPA?
Yeah, move to approve preliminary plan with conditions.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0220 that staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Move to approve the preliminary and final forest conservation plans.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much.
Well, just, so you're modifying a condition, do you know what condition that was? Make sure staff is clear. Were you actually asking that a condition be changed for this flexibility, or was this just a discussion? So that the applicant knows that you are fine
Well,
with that?
but, yeah, it was discussion, but we
Just
heard that.
discussion, okay, so no change to the conditions?
But because the applicant has there's flexibility to move that.
Okay, but not changing a condition, just to be
Right.
clear. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're done with that item. We're going to take a 2-minute break and start with item number 10, water and sewer category change requests, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the county executive. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 10, Water and Sewer Category Change Requests, Administrative Delegation 2025-2 Group, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the county executive. This morning, we have Jamie Pratt presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Jamie Pratt from the Upper County Planning Division, joined by Don Ziegler and Patrick Butler. And also in front of you are two people from the Department of Environmental Protection to answer the hard questions. So we have Tim Williamson and Alan Sukup. So today we have 3 administrative requests. These are initiated by property owners who wish to have public sewer or water service. DEP evaluates the application and asks for feedback from the Planning Department, WSSC, and Parks as part of their evaluation. So these cases are within an administrative group because they fit well within the existing master plan guidance and the policies of the county water and sewer plan. They held their public meeting on these cases yesterday, and they'll make their final decision after they've received comments from the planning board. These were reviewed under the 2022 to 2031 10-year comprehensive water and sewer plan. So the reason that we're here is because state law requires that the local planning authority make sure that any changes to the sewer plan and water plan be approved by this organization. And this is just an example of how our master plans will typically show the area for proposed sewer service. This one is from Olney. You can see that the area in yellow is proposed for sewer, and then once you get beyond there, it's getting too far away from the infrastructure to make sense for the master plan to recommend sewer outside that envelope. But sometimes you will end up with pieces throughout where it's on the edges, and a lot of those cases do come before us. So the first case here is the Frederick and Theola Meyer, sorry, getting caught up here. Property, it's 3 Porter Court. This is in Ashton. The application is requesting public sewer service. You can see on the right that there is a single-family detached house on the property now. They would like to subdivide this property and create 2 lots. And they would like both of these houses to be served by public sewer. The existing house is currently served by a septic system. This is in the 2021 Ashton Village Center sector plan area. And this is the boundary of that sector plan, and the sector plan supports public water and sewer throughout the entire sector plan area. So there's really no controversy here. So staff recommends approval of S1 for sewer for this property. And then the next case is next door to it on Porter Road. This is the Andrea G. Lamphere Revocable Trust. Again, they want to subdivide their property into 2 lots and have public sewer for both of the new residences. So same as before, it's within the public sewer envelope as recommended in the master plan, and therefore we recommend approval of S1. And then the final one is in the Maya Weil property. It's in the Travella area in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. So you can see here on the right, there actually is a sewer line running through their property as well as an access point. But the property is currently served by a septic system, and they would like to have the public sewer connection. I know you just heard a case that talked about the Piney Branch SPA. This one is in the Piney Branch SPA. If you look at this inset map, zoomed super far in from the master plan, you will see it wasn't included in the areas that were in the sewer envelope. But there is language in the master plan that says if it fits the criteria of the Piney Branch restricted sewer access policy, then it can get a connection. One of those things is if the line runs through your property, you can have a connection. So there's really no controversy on this one either. They've already got a sewer line and a manhole on the property. So therefore, we approve S1. So that's all I've got for today. If you have any questions.
Thanks, short and sweet. How do the homeowners pay to get it connected? Is that how it goes with the homeowner?
Alan Sukup with DEP. The property owner will need to pay a connection fee. Now, this property will need to just pay a connection fee to WSSC for access to the existing main, and then they'd have their on-site costs as well. In the other two cases, they're proposing, re-subdivision of these properties into several lots. And so as part of that process, they would also, if they can attach to an existing main, same deal. They have to pay their connection charges and their on-site work. If there's any kind of extension required, they would have to pay for the extension, and they would also build their own connections to that main. They've got good access to these sewer mains here, so that maybe that just need connections.
Where the dots are? Is that
Yes.
what, yeah, okay, great.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a general question? No, not specifically for these. I'm wondering that how the water and sewer are related. If there is an area that you have the sewer control, is it sort of that if it is sewer, there is, they have usually well for the water, or how the connection between water and sewer is, and do they completely separate, or do they work in the same envelope? How are they related? Just curiosity.
Generally, the public water and public sewer envelopes coincide.
Okay.
Especially in an area like this, R90 zoning, it's pretty straightforward. Now, in this neighborhood, this area, the water envelope probably exceeds the sewer envelope because we can consider water service to larger lots, RE1 and RE2, but not necessarily sewer.
Yeah.
So they vary depending on the zoning, depending on the circumstances. We're only showing the public sewer envelope here because that's the issue that's involved.
So they're going to still stay on not connected to the public water. They don't have
This
public
is-
water.
They are in category W1 for water, right? Yeah, they're both connected. And Tim says they're both connected already.
To the public water.
Yeah, to the public
Oh,
water.
okay. So they were already connected to public water, so
Yep.
they wanted to get connected to sewer.
It's
Okay,
likely-
that
it's-
makes.
It's likely that the subdivision, the smaller lots were not feasible on septic systems. And so they wanted to get public sewer, and it's right there.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a comment. I'm very familiar with Porter Road and Porter Court. Unfortunately, the only winery that was on the corner of 108 and Porter Road went out of business, and they have brand-new townhomes or condominiums right there in that area, right? And so it's a curiosity to me that the lots that were in back of those townhomes and condominiums, they weren't already given public water there. They're brand new, right? They're fairly new. So it makes sense that that the lots here would obtain public water and sewer. But I'm concerned that the other properties on Porter Court aren't also going to be given that without application or ask. And so I find it curious that they're going to do that for that property, but it would also make sense that they do it for the other ones there, because I think it's going to be an eventuality. But I guess, does the property owner have to pay for the water and sewer lines going there? And so.
Anything new, yes, they would have to pay for.
Yep. I'm very familiar with this property area here. I don't have any
Not all
clients
the
or anything.
properties on Porter Court have access to public sewer right now.
Right.
So unless they're able to use what WSSC refers to as a non-abutting connection, they would likely need some kind of sewer main extension. And in that situation, they would have to pay for the extension and the connection to the new main.
I just find it, and this is a public comment, but personal comment, I just find it curious how they built those new townhomes and townhouses, and then also like that commercial property there where the only winery was. And then they built it on the frontage of the street, and then they have public water and sewer, but they don't also extend it to the houses that were there prior to the building of those new ones. And so I think we need to examine if there's going to be new residents installed and there's immediately adjacent residents that are in existence, that it only makes sense that it be done all at one time rather than forcing those older residents or property owners to apply for public water and sewer.
It's a typical situation in older neighborhoods. In this particular case, the sewer line that you're seeing on the maps actually comes from the south. So it's coming uphill to Porter Road and then up to 108.
It passed the existing homes,
And it's not so much that they
curious.
bypass them as that those people didn't ask for service. You have to ask for service to get service extended to your property. And then, congratulations, you've got it, now you have to pay for it. I mean, it's the way it operates with WSSC. Is that always logical? No. Other communities, other jurisdictions do it differently. Other jurisdictions pay for their extensions themselves, and then the cost of those extensions are worked into the, into the water and sewer rates. That doesn't happen here, unfortunately. I shouldn't say unfortunately. That's the way it's supposed to be. It does create problems. And
It's just so curious that they bypassed them, especially if it was coming from I would have thought it would have came from 108 down, but because on 108
the
in
grade
Porter.
is to the south.
Right.
Downhill is to the south.
Right. But right across the street on Porter Road and 108 is the 7-Eleven and the shopping center and whatnot. And so I know they're on public.
There are sewer lines up there along 108 that feed into this main and others that go to the south, like the one near the high school.
Sherwood High School, yeah.
So we're kind of, they're lucky in that they're able to latch on to sewer lines that have already been built. Not everybody gets that opportunity.
Right. Me.
Just a quick question on, related to that, just to sort of clarify how, in this case, how these nearby residents would have known to have the opportunity to apply for service. So like when extensions like this are being built, obviously the residents will see the work being done, but does WSSC notify adjacent residents of an extension and therefore the opportunity to apply to for service, or is it sort of just like incumbent upon the homeowners or the property owners to sort of understand that's the situation, they need to reach out?
Well, these owners, the other owners along Porter Court, for example, were all notified of this process. And when they go through subdivision, they'll be notified about the subdivision process. When WSSC was actually building the mains many years ago, there was a process where they notified adjacent and nearby property owners, hey, we're building this main, are you interested? Oh, I'm sorry, you're in S6, you've got to go to the county first to get a category change. But they told them that. But now that WSSC is not actually building the mains or even really planning them, they're just implementing what the property owners have requested. They don't do that anymore. So they get some notification from us that category changes are about in the area. And then, of course, they'll get notified when there's a subdivision plan for these two lots or a re-subdivision plan for these two lots. And that would bring some attention to them as well.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, I think I understand. So there's no requirement, given the nature of the type of extensions they're currently doing, which is a sort of more of an ad hoc, property by property request-based,
Yes.
instead of building kind of full mains. So there's no notification requirement associated with that.
Right,
Okay.
and in order to have that kind of requirement, we would probably need to change WSSC bylaws. So that they would require the applicants to notify all the adjacent and confronting property owners of what's going on.
Okay.
That's
I think
not
that's
in
a
their-
very good thing to
that's-
do.
That's
think
not
they
in
should do
their,
that.
in their plans right now, but it's something we could discuss with them.
Yeah, could you please, because I think it does make sense. It would be some cost saving to the homeowners as well, and it gives a lot of people the opportunity to ask if they can. A lot of times it may be too late, or it's going to be costlier after the fact.
They would likely set it up so that the applicant has to notify them as for your subdivision plan process. But it would, unless it's a requirement in their bylaws, the applicant's not going to do it. They've got enough to deal with.
Okay, thank you for that education. Thank you. So, do I have a motion to approve the recommended water and sewer, or these were just sewer changes?
Yeah, to transmit the
Transmit the
recommendations.
planning board's recommendations to the county executive,
Yeah. Move to transmit the comments to the county executive.
Second.
which represent the recommendations
Recommendation of the board.
of the planning department. Okay, great. Thank you. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We're going to take a lunch break and be back at 12:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, White Flint Fire Station number 23, mandatory referral number MR 2025-003, and Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0050, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transferring the mandatory referral comments to the county. Thank you. And we have this afternoon Amy Lindsay with the Planning Department presenting this case. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning, here to present White Flint Fire Station number 23, mandatory referral number MR 2025-003, and Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0050. As stated, staff is recommending approval and transmittal of comments to Montgomery County Department of General Services on the mandatory referral portion and approval with conditions of the Forest Conservation Plan, which is regulatory and binding. White Flint Fire Station is in the area previously known as White Flint and now North Bethesda. The red star indicates the approximate location. This is within the 2010 White Flint Sector Plan, and it truly is a mixed-use area. Directly to the east is a lot of industrial uses. To the south are residential uses. Across Rockville Pike, you've got retail uses with Pike and Rose being located over there, and office uses to the south as well. So it truly is an industrial, a mixed area. The property is approximately 5.01 acres, and it is zoned CR 3.0, C 2.5, R 1.5, H 200. This use was recommended in the 2010 White Flint Sector Plan. There is 0.68 acres of forest on the property, and the property is significantly constrained by the WMATA zone of influence. So there's a right-of-way, and then there's a zone of influence around it, under which the metro station runs. And this area cannot be, while paving can be put over it, it cannot actually, you can't construct a building over it. This shows the proposal. The red lines show that WMATA right-of-way and zone of influence, the approximate location. So this will be a 5-bay fire and rescue station. There's also a police substation incorporated into the design, and there is associated parking behind it. It is a 1-story building, and there is space in front of the apparatus bay and behind it to pull out the vehicles. There are entrances on Josiah Henson Parkway and Chapman Avenue both, and the facility includes a community/training room. From a circulation perspective, the Josiah Henson Parkway entrance is right in and right out. Chapman Avenue will be a full movement, and you can see that this allows vehicles to come up to Josiah Henson at the traffic light and be able to get back to Rockville Pike, proceed east, but it does allow for access in all directions. Parking is both to the rear of the station and to the south of the station.
How does it go to the west of Josiah Henson?
If you were to come out the Chapman Avenue exit, you would be able to turn left on Josiah Henson Parkway.
Okay, it makes it a little, okay, that's fine.
Is Chapman Avenue also the road that enters into the shopping center where there's a big, huge furniture store? Is that the same intersection?
So across Josiah Henson, I believe that does enter into. And I believe eventually, through future development, you might see that extended to further complete the street grid.
I'm just making a, testing my cognitive.
So they're proposing a modern architectural style, which really does a great job of marrying the sort of industrial area to the east with the more sort of residential area. So it's a very compatible development. And very notably, they are planning on solar panels integrated into the rooftop and being used to shade parking, and have the goal of making this a net zero facility. So that is a positive. The forest conservation plan associated with this project includes 0.6 acres of forest on site. And while the development will only clear 0.41 acres, the remaining area of forest is counted as cleared because this property will have some additional uses in the future, and this way the forest is not encumbered by a Category 1 conservation easement. So staff had a number of recommendations, and many of them were for changes to maximize pedestrian safety. So as this area has changed, we are looking to create a safer climate for pedestrians to walk around in. So that would include sidewalk buffers, reducing width of driveways, reducing the curb radii. However, the most significant recommendation is that we would like DGS to continue to work with the county agencies to successfully include a potential affordable senior housing project, which we understand is on the drawing boards for this property, as well as Chapman Avenue extended. We think that's a very important development for this part of North Bethesda. When put together, what this is, you can start to see where the conflicts are. This is the approximate location and design of the affordable senior housing that we saw a potential design for it some time ago. If the fire and rescue station occupies this portion and Chapman Avenue extended, so the green shows the master plan road alignment, and the red shows a preferred road alignment with reconfiguration to use an existing driveway, but it gets a much straighter connection to Rockville Pike. You can see that there's really not enough land to accomplish this. And here's why this is so important. So the aerial photograph on the left shows what this area looked like in 2014. I know it's hard to remember because it is so dramatically different. And you can see the red outlines are the blocks. You see how large they are. But through a lot of very significant public and private investment in this area, you can see what the block sizes look like now. And that's, predominantly to the west of our site. You can see the dotted yellow lines are the approximate locations of what Chapman Avenue extended, could look like, and how that starts to break up the block. We feel like this is that in the future, that this will be the opportunity to break that block up, and that it's important to continue the work in this area to meet the sector plan goals and recommendations, and to create a more pedestrian-friendly environment.
Could you explain what is the significance of these red blocks? And I'm still trying to figure out what is the relationship of this fire station with the senior housing. Could you explain a little bit more? Thank you.
Certainly. So the red blocks are the red lines are the block sizes. And that shows that in 2014, we had a number of super blocks. The blocks were very large, not at all walkable. If you're here and you want to get over here, you are walking all the way around. And through a lot of redevelopment as well as public investment, a number of new road connections have been made to break up these blocks. And so these are roads in between here that are creating these. And so you have a much more porous development pattern. So traffic can get through, pedestrians can walk through, and it's really changed this area dramatically. That's a result of the 2010 White Flint Sector Plan, as well as other, seating plans. So what we are showing is that extending Chapman Avenue will begin to have that impact on the east side of Rockville Pike.
But you're also saying if you did that, it would impact this senior may impact or will impact the senior housing, and that should be taken into account. Is that what I hear you're saying?
Yes, we feel that it should all be planned together, that the planning of these three items, the fire and rescue station and the affordable senior housing, should be planned in concert with the Chapman Avenue extension.
Okay, thank you. Is there a light, if you had to line up with the red, would that be a right in, right out there, or there is a light there that it would go across the street?
That is correct. That's Rose Avenue with Pike and Rose over here. So you can see that would actually be a very substantial improvement in the transportation network of this area.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor with the Mid-County Division. What I'd like to do real quickly in response to some of the questions is just step back for a moment and provide some context about why we're having this conversation as part of the fire station.
Yeah.
What Ms. Lindsay referenced and is shown on the screen here is the affordable senior housing location. That was an early concept that we saw. It's not part of the formal application, but there was a partnership early on where there was an idea to add an affordable housing building in conjunction with the fire station site. And that may be something that moves forward in the future. Unfortunately, what we saw was the location of that building precludes a master plan roadway. And the whole goal of the White Flint Sector Plan was to reduce the size of these very auto-oriented, very large blocks and make it a more fine-grained street network in kind of a neo-traditional style so that you get more pedestrian activity. And so what Ms. Lindsay has highlighted here is the green line is the roadway alignment that's shown in the master plan, but it brings down a road connection that does not align with Rose Avenue, which is the established street grid of Pike and Rose today. And so the red line would require redevelopment along 355. It's an idea. It's not a formal master plan recommendation. But in either case, the red line or the green line, it would go through what was introduced to us as a conceptual affordable housing project. And we just wanted to make sure to have a public discussion about the importance of supporting affordable housing, but also supporting the sector plan goals of completing the street grid. And the last thing I'll say about that is this street is so important because it brings the success of the west side of Pike and Rose, the west side of Rockville Pike, over into an area that hasn't seen a lot of development yet as part of the White Flint plan. And so we just wanted to put that on the record. We are supporting the fire station mandatory referral and the forest conservation plan. We just wanted to have that larger picture conversation with you.
No, thank you. I appreciate you bringing up the importance. And as I was looking at the package, yes, someone should really look at, not us, but who had proposed the senior housing, I'm not sure it could fit anyway. So I mean, someone has to do that analysis, so thank you for bringing all this up.
Well, I see that really a big thing, and I'm sort of at awe that if that has not happened, maybe the applicant could explain that what is the thought and the thinking in regard to the, bigger master plan, as long as what I'm hearing that the senior housing, the Chapman, and all of these in some form and shape, I don't know in what, because it was not in the sector plan or master plan, Chapman Avenue, but somewhere, somehow, I guess that it was some ideas about the senior housing and this connection of Chapman to the Rose Avenue. So I would be surprised that discussions has not happened prior to this mandatory referral.
We did have discussions through this process with the Department of General Services, but perhaps they could speak to this.
Yeah, maybe they could explain that what is their thinking. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So with that, staff is recommending, sorry, I lost my presentation. Staff is recommending approval and transmittal of comments to Montgomery County Department of General Services and approval with conditions of the Forest Conservation Plan.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Is anyone able to talk on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Hamid Omidra. I'm Division Chief of Building Design Construction with Department of General Services. Thank you for taking this case today, and thank you for the staff, both for working before we get to this point with us and also recommending approval. And although I try to respond to some of these comments and questions if there is something that needs to be discussed right now, but we will provide our 13 comments that we received. We will provide our response to it officially later. But going to this thing, yes, there is, number one, this group that are presenting this project to you, our focus, our mandate by the council was, this is the parameter of the site and build a fire station. But the history goes that quite some time ago, the county council and the county executive requested that we analyze and frankly investigate the market if we could build affordable housing on top of the fire station, and did not yield to any applicable or practical solution. And we even talked to private, and nobody wanted to build a housing on top of a fire station in this area. So immediately that option went away, but then the county committed that they still want to build affordable housing. That's why I cannot change the screen, but if you go back to the red line and the yellow line of the other one that has a little more there, this one. So there's another group, actually two groups. On DGS, we have a group that are working on affordable housing as we're speaking, and they have been in communication with Park and Planning, and they are. And also Department of Transportation is engaged into this. I personally, sitting here today, have not seen that red line proposal, not that our project has anything to do with that, but seems like a nice idea. But I wanted to let you know that the county is pursuing to get that entire trapezoid property north of or above that red line, all of it, including the one with the arrow on the left side of it, for the affordable housing. And negotiation with all those owners seems to be getting to a successful point, but not completed yet. So they're investigating it.
Okay.
We don't disagree, but that process is going forward. But in terms of this specific CIP project, it has been dissected from affordable housing and the road, and there are other groups in the county that are diligently pursuing that.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Thank you. So what my suggestion is, we comment on what's on the table, and then we could also put a put some notices that, that our goal is to also put in the red street, and then they should study how we can do all those things together. Affordable housing, the road connection, as well as the fire and rescue. So,
Can I just ask another question? Has anybody looked at the feasibility of extending Chapman Avenue around the red arrow? Is it feasible? Has anybody looked at it?
To my knowledge, it has not been evaluated.
Okay, so it's just an idea that we think it could be, but it hasn't been evaluated. So it may not be feasible.
Correct. And it currently goes through, and I mentioned this when I was responding earlier, it goes through private property on the east side of Rockville Pike. It's actually a driveway between two existing buildings. The idea here is to demonstrate that that's what would be required to connect to Rose Avenue in the Pike and Rose development on the west side of Rockville Pike. So we just wanted to show what that might look like given the master plan alignment, which is the green line, and the red line that would be directly across from Rose Avenue.
great. So we can put in consider whatever, but it's whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Okay. Yeah. 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 Let's go through the conditions, Ms. Lind.
Section 2, yeah, continue working with county agents.
I don't have a slide prepared that goes through all of the comments there in page 5 of the staff report, but the first one is continue working with county agencies to successfully include the potential affordable senior housing project and Chapman Avenue extended on the property. The potential affordable housing should not preclude the master plan Chapman Avenue extension. So that is our first comment.
And the county response to that is sure, yes.
Pardon me.
County's response is sure, yes.
Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. Great. So let's keep going. Yeah.
So the second was to reserve the full width of the Chapman Avenue extended right-of-way through the property. The third was to incorporate additional tree plantings, particularly on the surface parking lot, to increase the site's tree canopy. The fourth is to construct a 10-foot wide sidewalk with an 8-foot wide street buffer along the Josiah Henson Parkway frontage to comply with the 2024 Complete Streets Design Guide. The fifth is to design and construct all driveways so that the sidewalks maintain the grade, slope, and material of the adjacent sidewalks, consistent with the 2024 Complete Streets Design Guide. Recommendation number 6 is to reduce the width of the northern driveway on Chapman Avenue to a maximum width of 70 feet. Recommendation number 7 is to reduce the width of the southern driveway on Chapman Avenue to a maximum width of 20 feet.
Are these acceptable with the fire department? Because they have big trucks that they have to get them out. And also the same thing with the reduction of the curb radiuses. This is a fire rescue operation, so we have to make sure that these are acceptable.
I understand. These are recommendations only. These are not binding conditions. These were just our comments based on the mandatory referral submitted.
I understand, but I don't want us to submit a recommendation that is not acceptable with the fire department. And they cannot do the rescue operation.
these recommendations are what you would find on private development and would exist in many cases outside of this site. And as Ms. Lindsay said, these are advisory. These are best practices of what we would like to see on any development. And so if they don't work for the fire and rescue, they can modify it and do the design that they need to do.
So maybe we have to add that. It's just from my point of view, I don't want something to go under our recommendation, planning board recommendation, that is not in accordance with the operation of fire and rescue.
Sue, my one quick question. Do we look at, I know that we look at generally best practices. Sometimes are these best practices maybe not work for, I don't know, the fire department or the, some other specific kind of use? Or the goal, should we check that as we doing things, or should we, I want to get your opinion on that. Yeah.
I can provide some answer to that, to those questions that are all very valid. Maybe that would settle it.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay, so the answer to some of these questions is we are still working with police and fire. Some of them is sure we do, and some are technically not feasible, which planning member Ms. Puddin acknowledged it. So on these comments, so that you're all short for the trees, we're looking for any space that is open that we can plant trees in there. The radius of the curbs are important, so we reduce the curbs as much as we can, so that the trucks, these are big fire trucks, it's not just any trucks, so that they could circulate. And by the way, if you go back on that picture, couple back, the one that shows vehicular traffic and pedestrian, the fire trucks, the blue line also goes from Hanson Parkway into the site and Chapman to the site. So the trucks need sometimes to go and turn around and go from the back, and from front, they only come out. They don't go in a bay using Chapman air. So you see the blue line on the back. If there is a blue line, curb line flash on the back of the bay, that means they're coming from that area. So the reason I mentioned that is all those curb lines and curves are designed, as was mentioned by members, that planning board members, to accommodate trucks. There are some requests for the slopes and things like that. This site is very peculiar. We tried a lot and we adjusted a lot of stuff, but sometimes in this case, raising or flattening and regrading causes unsafe entrance by police or fire trucks into the property, especially on John Hanson. It makes it a 26% slope, which is not practical for the big trucks. So we couldn't do that. Also, the request for reducing, although inside, because there is enough width, we reduce the driveways, but when it gets to the lower left curve, which is shown by a long red line curvy on the lower left of the station, that's the area that the two truck needs to pass each other potentially. And that's why the road is a little wider. And so to accommodate two trucks, fire trucks passing each other. But in most part, we also moved the station very close as much as we can to Chapman. And then the opening of the bay to the Chapman is accommodating these trucks that sometimes they park outside before they go, and then notices come and they need to leave. So we work with the fire marshal, and we need to have that aperture open so that they can easily go in and out. So we reduced it as much as we could, following previous comments by the staff. We did it, but this is the maximum that fire rescue accepted it.
Okay, great.
But for the record, we will provide more detail and respond to those questions later.
Okay, so here's my, thank you that you are working, that staff and you guys are working together. That's really great. That's how we come up with the best designs we can. So I think what, Commissioner Petto, I think that if we could say as practical or something would, that, but I think they're working together, and by staff putting out some comments there, it's getting the other party to think through some things more. So if that's fine with you as practical, that, you know, that's not saying you have to, it's just like, you know, generally best practices, okay? That's fine. Okay, but thank you for your comment. Sue, have we gone through all the conditions?
Just Carrie Sanders for the record. I'm Division Chief, Mid-County. So I do believe the introduction to the comments are on page 5, and there are 13 comments. I think that introduction where we say we recommend approval and transmittal of these comments to DGS, I think that does capture that they are comments, but they are not conditions or requirements. So I'm hopeful that I think that is addressing the Vice Chair's concerns. And I believe we've gone through most of them. I think what DGS is telling us is that they're able to accommodate some of them, and then other ones they may have challenges with. And when we understand, as these projects go into detailed design, and we have these comments, they have to, as they do their design, take them into consideration. The last thing I'll say that I know Mr. Folden touched on before, we absolutely want these fire safety times and fire safety and rescue and police operations to follow best practices. And we've worked closely on actual guidelines for streets as it relates to fire safety to sort of address some of these context-sensitive solutions that we need to have for the fire operations, the police operations in an urban and sort of like changing to urban environment. So we recognize the challenges that the fire department has, and we work with them on sort of designing these places so that they're safe for people to walk, and they're also safe for fire and police operations to respond to these emergencies they need to respond to. So I think we have a longstanding relationship on how to work through those items, and I think those guidelines are just one example of that. But to sum it up, I believe these are comments, these are not conditions, so they have the opportunity to respond to those comments as best that they can as they further the design of the project.
Yeah, I truly appreciate. Just a reminder that mandatory referral is, unless that is on the park property, is always a comment.
Right.
It's always a comment.
The
because
first, yeah.
There is
Pardon.
no regulatory and no requirement for that being on the other side, okay? I think it is important that when we make the comments, we make it as practical as possible. That's the only thing that I'm trying to say, because when it comes under mandatory referral, the agency can take it or leave it. And we want to have it in a place that our comments are practical, that hopefully they take all of it and not just leave it. That's what I'm trying to say, okay? I appreciate your comment. I'm fine with what you're saying. Thank you.
Are there any more, just on page, you said the page 5, so I think we went through all the conditions, correct?
Well, comments, but.
Comments, in the comments, right.
We went through most of them. They're all very, very similar. They're just suggestions on how to improve design to maximize pedestrian safety. That was really our goal.
Okay, great. So I'd like to say thank you. I like how we work together on this. We all want to make the projects as best as possible. And I also love that you're putting solar on the roof and solar in the parking lot, and which is I wish all the, schools and public facilities would have things like that when it's practical. Okay, so thank you. Do I have a motion to approve, let me just, how do we say this, submitting staff's comments to the, was it to the DGS, or was it, what we say, Montgomery County, oh, to DGS, okay.
Yeah. I'd move for comments and mandatory referral to to the county.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. And do I have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan F 2025-0050 with, I don't know if there were, with conditions? I don't know if there were any conditions on the forest.
Yeah, there were conditions.
There are conditions.
There are conditions, great, with conditions.
Yeah, move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We're going to take a 2-3 minute break and start with item number 12. Pardon me? Item number 12, Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Emerging Ideas Briefing, where staff is recommending preparing a briefing to the board and asking to provide direction to staff on the emerging ideas. So thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day, item number 12, Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Emerging Ideas Briefing, where staff is presenting ideas to the board and getting feedback for the next step. So thank you so much. And we have Clark Larson this afternoon, presenting with his great staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Clark Larson, I'm the lead planner for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, joined here by some of my planning team. I'm speaking for some others. This briefing is an opportunity to share the highlights of the sector plan team's emerging plan recommendations and to receive your feedback as we continue to refine the plan recommendations and move into preparing the draft plan itself. So I'll start with an overview of the sector plan area, the planning team's approach since you approved the scope of work for the sector plan in June of 2023, and a summary of community outreach and feedback that we've received with the community over several events and activities since then. We'll be then sharing the highlights of our emerging plan recommendations and conclude with our anticipated next steps in the plan update, and then welcome any questions or comments that you have. So first, to review a history of planning in Clarksburg. It all started in 1968. This is the 1968 Clarksburg Master Plan. It's quite a brief document, not a lot of details, but it really anticipated the initial growth of Clarksburg from a rural community to a small town, and set some of the early roadway recommendations and land use recommendations at the time, but really didn't go into much detail. In 1994, there was a much more major update for the plan update, and it guided growth that's really occurred over the last 3 decades that we see today. There's 2 limited amendments that have taken place, one to adjust the retail staging provisions of the 1994 plan, and another that really, in 2014, that focused on the 10 Mile Creek area to help guide development on the west side of 270 primarily, and help protect the environment at the same time. So what we're here before you is to discuss ideas for updating a portion of the 1994 plan, which I'll show here in a second. But I wanted to remind everyone that the 94 plan policies and guidance remains in effect until this sector plan is ultimately adopted and approved. So the purpose of the current sector plan effort is to re-examine a portion of the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan. You can see it outlined here in a black dashed line that's not masked on the outside, so we're kind of focusing in on the sector plan area. And we want to explore the potential for new housing and commercial development and how best to complete transportation networks and protect the environment as future development occurs. Here in the map, you can see some of the neighborhoods that have been built over the last 10 years, including the Clarksburg Town Center and Village on the east side of Maryland 355 and east of 270. The new community of Cabin Branch is to the west of 270. And you can also see that there are quite a few stream valley parks and stream valleys running through the area, leading, many lead into the Black Hill Regional Park. The sector plan includes 3 schools and a number of local parks within the plan area as well. So our approach to the plan update so far has included an effort to understand the existing conditions in the community and hear directly from the community through a series of community outreach and engagement events. You can see here that we've had some briefings with you in the past. In November 23, we presented our existing conditions research to you. And in February of last year, we briefed the planning board on our community outreach and engagement feedback and what we've heard from the community up until that point. We also retained 4 consultant teams to help support the planning team with community outreach efforts, design scenarios and economic analysis of the former Comstat Laboratories building, and we'll get into a little more of this later, and a transportation consultant to help take our travel modeling down to the further closer intersection level. And we're still working with that consultant, and we'll bring you the results of their analysis soon. I'd also like to acknowledge that a colleague of mine, Jamie Pratt, was the lead planner for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan up until January of last year when we switched project roles between Germantown and Clarksburg. I'd like to thank Jamie for starting the plan update off on the right foot. And despite rumors, there's not a planning department policy of naming plans after the planners that are working on them. That's just false. It's just a coincidence. So to review the community engagement activities we've completed so far, we had a kickoff meeting in July of 2023 and held a series of meetings and events with the community to run through, canvassing in the neighborhood, listening sessions, evolving into visioning workshops through 2023 and into 2024. And most recently, we met with the community to share a briefing of these emerging ideas in January of this year. So they've seen a preview of what we're going to share with you today. And we received feedback and adjusted some of our ideas based on that discussion. We've also met with a number of property owners, community advocacy groups, public agencies, including Montgomery County Department of Transportation, Department of Environmental Protection, Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, and the public school system, as well as individuals that are interested in the plan area since the start of the plan update. Some of the main comments we heard from participants of these initial outreach efforts, we heard there's an interest in completing the road network and providing better pedestrian and bicycle amenities within the sector plan, also connecting out to beyond the sector plan. A desire for a local public library, recreation center, possibly a public pool in the area to serve not only this sector plan area, but the communities beyond it as well. A desire for more places in Clarksburg to shop, gather, and recreate in Clarksburg, and an interest in protecting and improving the environment, the stream conditions, forest, tree canopy, as development takes place in the future. More recently, with that Emerging Ideas meeting I referenced before, we held 2 meetings with the community, one in person at Rocky Hill Middle School, another was a virtual meeting by Zoom. We heard many of the same ideas and feedback based on the recommendations that we've developed at that point, and some new ideas, some sort of more nuanced input. Still concern for increasing the allowable density of development without commensurate community infrastructure and amenities. So we're looking for ways to make sure that those stay in balance. Strong interest still for a new library, community recreation and aquatic center. In fact, right now the county is looking at a site for a new library at Stringtown Road and Frederick Road. And we've attended some of those meetings. We're aware of that effort, which is just outside our sector plan area, but we're looking to incorporate access to that site as part of our thinking here too. Support for a planned interchange with I-270 that would be called probably Exit 18. It's between 16 and 18 at Little Seneca Parkway Extended, and as well as more support for housing, employment, shopping, dining amenities, and new parklands to serve the community, as well as paths and trails to get there. As you may remember, the Planning Board has held discussions in the last few months to consider issues that pertain to the sector plan. We shared a briefing with you all in November of last year on the findings of 2 consultant team reports that concern the former ComStat Laboratories building. And we'll get into a little bit more of that as we talk about historic preservation. And we've also been following closely and having conversations with the countywide planners that have been working with you on the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways technical update, because many of those decisions and directions will pertain to the local area that we're looking at here. In addition, the Historic Preservation Commission held public hearings on 3 historic locations, 2 sites and 1 district that is being considered as part of this sector plan area. And they have made recommendations on the historic significance and potential designation for those locations. And our historic preservation planner, John Lieberts, will provide more detail on their decisions later in the presentation. Additionally, our approach to the sector plan update and our preparation of plan recommendations is informed by countywide and functional plans, many of which are shown in their covers and their images here on the slide. These include Thrive Montgomery 2050, the county's general plan, as sort of the overarching approach to planning in the county. The Corridor Forward I-270 Transit Plan, the county's Climate Action Plan, and the latest Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, among others. So all of these are informing our approach in the sector plan, and we're looking to apply these policies and plans at a finer grain level within Clarksburg through the sector plan effort.
So as a starting point for our emerging ideas briefing, we wanted to share with you an overall guiding vision that we've developed. This is a draft vision that we're looking to evolve with you through any comments you might have. But it basically states that we envision a balance between compact, sustainable development and natural resource preservation while fostering active, connected, and resilient communities, neighborhoods as well, that enhance quality of life for all residents, workers, and visitors. So pretty high-level approach, but we think it encompasses many of the ideas that we're seeking to accomplish with our goals and recommendations that you'll hear from. Our draft land use goals have informed the preparation of these emerging ideas and draft recommendations we're working on. We want to establish an accessible and attractive activity center within the sector plan area by building on the community strengths and providing new connected amenities and destinations for current and future residents. This would happen through private and public development over the next 20 years, the horizon for the sector plan. More specifically, we seek to support compact mixed-use development along the planned Observation Drive transit corridor that integrates housing, retail, neighborhood services, and amenities within the surrounding and with the surrounding Clarksburg community, while also maintaining a primarily residential character along Frederick Road, continuing the approach that's been in place for many years in the past, while still allowing for some moderate increases in allowable residential density and possibly small-scale commercial uses. Now on the screen, this is sort of an illustration showing how the various elements of the plan recommendations are coming together and how we seek to establish this compact activity center, focused mainly on the vicinity of the CompSat Laboratories building. This would also help build better connections for people driving, walking, biking, and using transit throughout the community, as well as support parkland expansion and community placemaking. These elements will continue to evolve as the planning team refines recommendations and receives feedback from you and the Clarksburg community. So we wanted to share this graphic with you as sort of that element of how we see things coming together. Work in progress still. To help implement the plan's vision and goals, some key emerging recommendations in the land use space include some looking at how zones are distributed. The zoning districts apply in different areas of the sector plan. So along the planned Observation Drive growth corridor that we're looking at, we're thinking of changing existing employment-oriented zones that are in place today to commercial residential zones, either CR or CRT. CRT is commercial residential town. And this would add land use and development flexibility for new development projects, while also modestly increasing the maximum allowable densities, or FAR, for the properties that would be in these zones. And we're also looking at replacing the low-density residential zone, mostly in the R200 zone, for properties near Frederick Road and Shawnee Lane, with a zone that would allow a moderate increase in residential density with the potential for small-scale commercial uses. So really looking at a certain smaller neighborhood on Frederick Road for targeting that change. For any development projects in the sector plan that apply for development approval through the optional method of development, that's a process for seeking development approval that the zoning code allows for. We propose priorities in achieving public benefit points that supports the plan's primary goals. So these would include incorporating sustainable features into site designs, achieving public benefits by achieving a greater than 15% ratio for residential developments that build units that are available to dwelling units at moderately priced. I've sort of mixed around the order of those words, but MPDU is essentially above 15%. And also incentivizing projects that include residential units of 3 bedrooms or larger. Looking at the former CompSat Laboratories property, we would like to provide public benefit priorities if the CompSat building is proposed for full or partial demolition to provide mitigation commensurate to that loss of the historic resource, and for the property of the CompSat, the owner of the CompSat property, to partner with public agencies or an organization to incorporate a major public facility as part of their future development. So other public benefits would be open and available to these projects in the sector plan, but we're sort of thinking about these as the prioritized public benefits that the master plan, sector plan would establish. As an indication of the interest and ability ability to implement elements of our plan's recommendations that you'll be hearing more of soon. Two major property owners have agreed to share some of their development concepts that have informed our emerging recommendations and that we hope will be further influenced by our recommendations. On the left, well, the middle image, really, the four grids, is showing a range of possible development approaches on the former ComSat Laboratories building. And so the property owner is considering different configurations, street designs, land use settings for this property, but it's also, I think, reflective of the type of vision for new roadways, pathways, parks, land use development that we're going in the direction of in this sector plan as well. On the right side is a more detailed concept design that we've received from the potential developers of the Linthicum family property. This is south of the ComSat property. And it reflects many of the recommendations that we've prepared in the sector plan as well, and we hope to continue improving upon as we talk together and as they reflect upon the sector plan's recommendations. Also, since these two properties are adjacent to one another, we hope that they would incorporate a seamless development plan and work together to connect the roadways and have the development approach consistent with each other. They may have different timelines, but we hope they'll work together and have sort of a collaborative approach to development here. As we continue to see high demand for new housing in Montgomery County and look to support future development in the county in this growth corridor area of the sector plan along 270, we hope to influence the type and affordability of new housing over the next 20 years, really the life cycle of the sector plan. Our draft goals for the housing space include providing a mix of housing options to accommodate households with different income levels, family compositions, and accessibility needs. We hope to expand opportunities to increase residential density, especially along the main corridors and where additional housing can help support complete community development. This is also consistent with some of our land use transportation. It's all kind of coming together here. Support creative housing options to help meet housing needs and diversify housing options, and also to increase income-restricted affordable housing units for families that are in need of that housing assistance at the low and moderate income levels. Some of the recommendations that we believe will help us meet these goals, including setting a minimum level of 15% for moderately priced dwelling units for all residential developments, and as I said before, prioritizing within the optional method the public benefits that would achieve even greater than 15% MPDUs and 3-bedroom units or larger for residential projects. We believe that good design leads to successful and attractive communities as well. As new development occurs, we believe the plan should encourage high-density development and a mix of uses near transit station areas that will get into it a little bit, where we're proposing those to take place, and ensure that new development transitions in scale to adjacent residential neighborhoods. So we're looking at development standards that would help define the public realm by framing streets with buildings, locating parking and services behind the buildings, and creating a safe environment for mixing of these uses with different activities in open spaces and public spaces. So we've developed some initial design guidelines to help us achieve these goals that would encourage compact and attractive destinations that contribute to complete community living within Clarksburg, kind of restating some of the goals, but making sure that parking is behind buildings, that streetscapes are welcoming and inviting and active. So we have a number of ideas that will help us get there and shape the development that comes forward. Some more specific recommendations include avoiding front-loaded parking and garages along residential streets, having ample on-street parking, primarily locating parking for residential uses internally within blocks, and ensuring that sidewalks have trees and shade opportunities, landscaping as they come forward. So next in the transportation discussion, I'm going to turn it over to Nick.
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for your time. My name is Nick Peavy, for the record, transportation planner with Up County. So transportation planning historically has made maximizing the number of vehicles that can pass through intersections and optimizing for free-flowing traffic a first consideration. In many places around the county, we can see the end results of this practice. roads that are unsafe for people in and out of cars, roads that sever communities and cut people off from vital amenities, and roads that limit the freedom to choose how people get around. And for many years, this department and others have been working tirelessly to repair these places, and I hope that this process can be an opportunity to continue to make those repairs. We recognize that Up County and Clarksburg in particular is facing a transportation challenge, and we're hearing from the community and observing that the current street network is congested and mass transit services may not be meeting the needs of the community. Our recommendations aim to address these concerns within the scope of the small plan area. In this plan, we're taking a holistic view of the network, and we're trying to balance the need for more network connections with the impacts of how these streets affect the potential for this community to flourish. We're considering safety, mode choice, and environmental stewardship alongside the need to move people and vehicles to work, to school, and to recreation. Next slide. The major proposed change in the street network is the reorientation of Observation Drive. The 1994 plan envisioned a 150-foot wide, 6-lane Observation Drive running through the center of the plan area, disturbing numerous stream valleys, neighborhoods, and the Clarksburg Elementary School site to form a bypass around 355. Our emerging recommendation is to shift Observation Drive to the west of its current alignment so that it does not run directly through the Cool Brook tributary stream valley and instead forms a development edge and becomes an extension of the existing Gateway Center Drive. While all development has impacted the environment, this option provides some clear environmental advantages over the 1994 configuration.
Could you show it on the plan what you're talking about?
Certainly.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. The Cool Brook.
Just use your cursor that what is in the master plan and what is it that you're suggesting?
Excellent. Yeah, the Cool Brook Run Stream Valley is this area that's being highlighted. The 1994 alignment of Observation Drive more or less followed the valley and connected those two light blue lines together. And so it sort of ran right through the center instead of along the edge of the stream valley. So the dotted line that we're showing is, yeah, that one, please. Thank you, Clark. That is the reorientation of Observation Drive that we're discussing.
And the black and the green lines that are already in place, correct? If you go north? No,
Correct.
north,
The solid
yeah.
lines are constructed roads.
Yeah, the solid. So this part of Observation Drive that's shown in black on the north side of the dash line, yeah, that is built.
Yeah, that's Gateway Center Drive, and that's where we want Observation Drive to meet and sort of form an extension of that road.
Okay.
And can you remind us if the previous alignment, was there any right-of-way that was previously acquired to serve that alignment?
Yeah, there are places where that right-of-way has been obtained in between those two blue lines. And I think aside from that, the right-of-way has not been set aside.
Okay. Which obviously it also means that none of the proposed realignment has been, we don't yet have any of that right-of-way, but we would hope to acquire it through either, I guess, development or just engaging directly with the property owner on the south side of West Baltimore.
Yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
Maybe a short segment at the
yeah, there's a
extent,
bit there.
Otherwise not on these properties.
Probably obtained with development at the time that was in the south.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm sorry.
No, you go. Yeah.
Does that Lithicum site plan you put up, does that match with that?
You want to go back to that?
I mean, I'm just, you can just.
I couldn't hear you. Could you ask that once more?
What this Lithicum proposed plan that the developer gave, does that line up with that, your proposal?
Yeah, we think that there's a good alignment between what we are proposing and what they're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
So the question is that, is there anywhere in a master plan or sector plan for Clarksburg that shows the new proposed Observation Drive alignment? The alignment that you just showed it to us, how did you come up with that alignment? Was it this at some point designed and accepted, or it is something that you're just offering now?
it's something that we have come to through a lot of conversations with the various stakeholders, and discussing with our subject matter experts and staff. But a lot of this has not been designed.
And it's not in any master plan for Clarksburg. So the only thing that for Observation Drive is in master plan for one of, is the old one that you said.
Correct. The 1994 plan does have an alignment of Observation Drive.
Okay, so none
That's
of
what we're
this
proposing to change.
it's in any way final, it's just a concept.
Correct.
Right, right. And there are a lot of environmental constraints, and the one piece of right-of-way which does exist, you can see the light blue line there, north. Yep, that one. Keep going towards the elementary school. There is actually a small stub that goes towards the elementary school, which may not be reflected there. It's very small, but it does. It stops. The elementary school is not going anywhere anytime soon. This sort of northwest-southeast movement of traffic, which is parallel between 270 and 355, is important. And so the Gateway Center alignment is a much more realistic alignment. It will come to fruition if this plan is adopted. The Observation Drive alignment that was previously shown is really just to today's standards, environmental constraints, the elementary school, there's just too many constraints. It'll never come to fruition. So this is a much more realistic alignment to actually move people, cars, buses, et cetera.
Yeah, I get it. And when you come close to ComSat property, you're showing another, it's purplish line to the left. What is that? Is that another proposal or is it another street?
Yeah, that's another proposal that we have. We want to propose and establish a internal main street to the property near the former or current ComSat lab site that we hope will reinforce this hierarchy of streets and create opportunities for compact and walkable neighborhood and development.
Well, is it something that has been coordinated with their plans, that if that works?
Well, I would say to that this is an opportunity to rethink what is already in place and was adopted in 1994. So none of this is decided or changing what's in place today. We're wanting to talk with you and think about the alternatives that might be leading to a better future, we think. And we're having regular conversations with this property owner, the Linthicum family, and their prospective developers. So we're working through these ideas with them as well as sharing the ideas with the community, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are not going to recommend something that has not been coordinated fully and may not work. That's the whole concept. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And then, finally on this slide, we would like to recommend replacing the planned interchange at Little Seneca Parkway with a bridge over 270. And we're thinking that this will create the premier safe bike, walk, and roll connection across 270 for this community. It will help stitch the community back together and provide an important east to west local road connection. Next slide, please.
Can I ask one question on that before we move on? I know that these ideas are conceptual now, but I imagine there's, it's based on combination of internal conversations, engagement with various community members and property owners. But to this point, have we done any analysis around like the different types of trips and traffic that these two ideas would serve? So the interchange, which would be a little bit south of this, or kind of moving traffic onto West Baltimore, I think. That would be, if the interchange concept would lead to West Baltimore, correct?
It would lead to Little Seneca Parkway.
Oh, it
which
lead to
is
Little
currently
Seneca, okay.
unconstructed on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's built on either side of the site plan area.
Yeah. But do we have sort of initial ideas or analysis that supports identifying, who and which kinds of trips these two ideas would serve and capture? You mentioned, the bridge would be a key connection point heading kind of west to the community on the west side of 270, which appears to make it a little more convenient than having them come all the way down to West Baltimore and cross over and kind of then go back up. But I'm just curious about, what is the initial thinking there and how it relates to potential redevelopment of the ComSat site and potentially Lithicum Farm to the south of that, and just how all these kind of things fit together.
Yeah, there.
That's a good segue.
That's a good segue. That is, well, I was going to talk more about the interchange next, but I can, let's, I can address this question a little. For the modeling and for the analysis, we're working with a regional travel for model that is what we use for, the master plans. We're also, as Clark mentioned, we're doing intersection level performance analysis with VHB, on intersections that are currently operational and intersections that could exist. So that introduces some challenges to the modeling. But what we have seen so far with the travel for modeling is that the scenarios with and without the interchange are not dramatically different. The interchange is showing a very small impact on the travel metrics that we evaluate with travel for.
The types of trips that we analyze.
What do you mean?
That sounded like, Commissioner Linda, you're asking if one type of development or construction is more conducive to certain types of trips versus another. And maybe I was thinking how our modeling considers different trip types, whether it's commute to work or just general driving around, and how what that tells us about the different conditions.
Yeah, most of the jobs, so one of the travel for metrics is job accessibility. And that is talking about the number of potential employment opportunities that could be reached within a 45-minute drive from the policy area that you're looking at. One thing that we looked at here is, the potential for the maximum number of jobs that is a, land use data that feeds into the model, right? That number here is not extremely high compared to jobs available in the region. But what we found was that the improvements to that metric with adding the interchange, it was very modest. Non-work trips, trip time, VMTs, and mode share were not impacted very much at all, less than 1%.
Was there any, I know it's kind of hard to go kind of too deep into the weeds of this right here, but there's so many different ways to think about what each of these might serve and who they might serve and which kind of destinations. And just as an example, I know that we're recommending removing this, and it's easy to imagine how having another interchange pretty close to the interchange that serves outlets just to the north, having two interchanges close to each other in the peak period could exacerbate some congestion, could add some dynamics around merging, and just make kind of peak travel a little bit more difficult. But at the same time, it's also kind of easy to imagine that having an interchange would facilitate a different type of trip pattern to the new development that may be substantially different and impact that development differently than having a somewhat more convenient connection to an existing neighborhood right across 270. And I certainly don't know enough to sort of speak to what those differences might be. I guess where I'm headed with this, I guess, is just, maybe this is something we can look into a little bit more and try to understand a little bit with a little more nuance, the outcomes associated with this as it relates specifically to the potential new development and the feasibility around different components of that new development. Because I think what we hope is that the new development can be adequately served in a way that provides as much access as possible and obviously limits sort of the downsides associated with that. And I know that there are downsides associated with a new interchange, but weighing the balance of those things, I think would be at least helpful to kind of for us to understand more transparently. And I know that's not a conversation for today, but moving forward,
No, we'll absolutely get into that, the nuance, the recommendation, et cetera, from a transportation standpoint. We're also going to do that from an economic standpoint, because when those very expensive transportation elements are within master plans, there is, of course, an economic assessment that's performed to explain the cost of all the infrastructure that is included in all of our plans. And so we're gonna weigh all of that, make sure it's very clear what we're investing our future dollars on, transit versus interchanges versus vehicular capacity, et cetera. So we'll make sure to come back and address that with
But
you.
let me ask you something. I'm a little bit confused that we are making the decision before we have done the studies. We are just saying that we're going to eliminate this, and then we're going to go do all the studies. That's what I'm hearing. I think the better way is that we say that we're going to look at the feasibility of interchange based on the different models. First of all, do we know how many more households we have all of these ideas that we have, visions that we have in here, how many more households we have? That's one thing. The other thing is that we already know that we have a transportation issue in that area. We have people in Clarksburg that they have been screaming that they don't have enough transportation. And as part of the master plan of highways and transitways, we are doing another study to see that what is a viable option of transportation after we planning board recommended to eliminate MAD3 from the master plan. We said we're going to do a complete analysis of studies that it's going to be part of this because this is going there. So we're going to have more household that is coming. I-270, the hot lanes is not being done. The BRT is still in plan, and a lot of other recommendations that was the reason for eliminating MAD3 is not yet materialized. So I just don't understand how we decide we're going to eliminate an interchange, and then we're going to do all the models and studies and everything else to see how it works. I would rather see that we're going to look at the feasibility based on all the things you just said, Patrick.
Yeah.
Cost
No,
and everything.
No, so let me help reframe this. So as part of each plan, we are analyzing the removal of interchanges. We're not saying that we're removing them and we'll figure it out. We look to do that because they're very costly, and again, they were recommended and embedded in many of these plans at a time where the transportation network was analyzed by how many cars we could get through an intersection in a given hour. And so a lot of these transportation infrastructure pieces were put in place with an entire framework that was designed to move cars as rapidly as possible through intersections. We now look at it much differently, much more from a multimodal perspective. That doesn't mean that we eliminate them always. We analyze.
But that is what we are saying.
No, can I just say one sec?
Yeah.
I like to go through the whole presentation.
Sure.
And these are just emerging ideas. Let's go through the whole presentation. Yeah, I saw the recommendation to remove something. I do think it's premature, right? Let's get through the whole, get some general comments back to you guys, and then you can study whatever, and then but I want to get through the whole presentation, okay? If that's okay with the board members. But I would like to, if you can just show on the where would that interchange be that you were talking about? Is it the same places? That's what you want to, as well as that was also a recommendation just to go over without an interchange, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The location of this interchange that we're discussing is the same location that was proposed in the 1994 plan. And the bridge and the connection that we're talking about is that same location. Okay. I think maybe this would provide a little bit of clarity on that. So on the left side, you'll see the 1994 excerpt, where the interchange was proposed on what was then called New Cut Road, and that's right next to the entrance to Black Hill Regional Park. A lot of things have been developed on that side of 270 since this was proposed. In 2007, the SHA, as part of their managed lane study, did it's a sketch of where the interchange could be and how it would integrate with that project. as well as where it could integrate with the CCT, which is the the previous corridor city transit ways plan, with a park and ride and a station on the east side. But there's now been considerable development on the west side of 270 where that Clover is. So I think this sketch, just based on that, is a little dated.
No, oh, good, okay. You can keep going. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So just to talk about a little bit of the context in which the interchange was originally envisioned, I mentioned this earlier and we've touched on this. The number of jobs and households that were expected and proposed were much higher in the 1994 plan. And I think it's important to think about transportation as a tool that serves land use and not, something of its own end. And with the projection and the vision that the 1994 plan had, 30,000 jobs and about 15,000 residences, a place that attracted trips from outside as well as generated its own trips, but at a significantly different ratio than what we have seen deliver, and also from what we are envisioning for the future of this sector plan area. So I think it's important to think about the context and what use these different transportation tools have. Maybe for a large community, a second interchange would be justified, but perhaps for a smaller community, we should think about whether that expensive, impactful piece of infrastructure is the solution that is correct for the scale of the community. You can go to the next slide. So there are a lot of, things that we're hearing that we think are benefits or could be benefits. There are some risks, there are some unknowns in moving forward with an interchange here, and then there are some expected costs. So we kind of have what we hope for, what might happen that we're concerned about, and what we're pretty confident will be a cost of this. So there is this strong belief that an interchange here will reduce traffic congestion on local roads like 355. Like I mentioned earlier, our initial modeling is not confirming of that. The impact of the interchange is not very strong compared to some of our test scenarios with and without it. But we're certainly open to completing the analysis and learning what we can learn and making the most informed decision that we can. We wouldn't want to move forward with an incomplete analysis. So hopefully next time we speak, we'll have more information to share on that front. But just at a best practice planning level, we're questioning whether more automobile infrastructure is the solution to automobile infrastructure problems, whether or not in 3 to 5 years we're going to fall into the induced demand, latent demand cycle that typically follows road expansion projects and highway access projects like this, where the build capacity is filled up into short order and the average experience of individual drivers is not improved, which I think is what we want to see. We want better connection. We want the community to have a better experience when they try to get around the area. But if that isn't achieved, then that wasn't the correct option. And we think that the observation drive connection, which does bring you quickly to another interchange, exit 16, will actually provide a lot of relief to local traffic patterns because it will give a parallel route to 355, some different options for connecting. So we think that it will actually take some pressure off of exit 16 and off of 355. But of course, we'll probably learn more about that when we complete our analysis. Like you mentioned, Commissioner Linden, the increased access points on 270 could also increase travel time and friction on 270. This is already near a kind of a neck down point just north of Clarksburg. So there's a potential for, kind of pushing one thing and pulling another. And so we end up with, just a different situation instead of a potentially better situation. Additionally, I'd like to flag that, moving towards more highway-oriented development with this interchange, it could negatively impact future funding for bike, ped, and public transportation projects, which then kind of pushes for more so that driving is the only viable mode. You know, we've also heard that the interchange on the plan makes the site attractive to certain types of development, but we're just, you know, we're concerned that this could take many, many years to come to fruition, and through our conversations with SHA, that leads us to believe that there's really not a timeline to fund or prioritize this, as it hasn't been over the last 30 years or so. So I guess just to sum it up, you know, we think that, you know, interchange at this location would not really provide much relief to local traffic congestion compared to alternatives and compared to the benefit to what would be spent on a project like this. We think that the interchange of any design, whether it's the Clover from the original proposal or even a more compact, modern urban diamond design, would have some pretty significant environmental impacts on the west side of 270 especially. We think that this interchange would greatly alter the potential for this community to be a human-centered place instead of a car-centered place. And I just want to reiterate our concern for the lack of a timeline or priority for federal and state funding. And that's, I think, let's move to the other things. We can always come back.
Can we, I have a question about exit 17.
Sure.
And particularly with relation to the ComSat site and the potential for the ComSat site to have both residential and commercial businesses there. Wouldn't exit 17 be a benefit to a potential community there and the businesses that would serve that community, particularly retail businesses, grocery stores, restaurants? Wouldn't the lack of an interchange there negatively impact the promise of retail development?
Well, I would say we would agree that an interchange at this location would largely benefit the property of the ComSat building as redevelopment occurs. Sure. They would be the main beneficiaries, we think. And also people that live, you know, nearby up Little Seneca Parkway, Cabin Branch, that can get to that interchange the most quickly versus other locations. So yeah, there would certainly be a benefit to that. I think we've also questioned, you know, what character of development would be facilitated, encouraged, or allowed on ComSat. Is this a highway-oriented development with a large retail format? Or is it more in line with what we are envisioning with not only development on the ComSat building, but other properties around it as more community-focused, smaller scale? So I think that's maybe a difference of vision and approach. And we don't necessarily agree with all of the property owners and their vision for this area, but certainly an interchange would benefit those that have property right there and would be building the types of development that benefit from regional access on the highway network.
So I was confused when he said, Mr. Peavy said a more human-centered than car-centered, and I don't necessarily see them as disconnected, like human-centered and car-centered. People will use their cars to visit retail sites, especially grocery stores and restaurants, and people who are not necessarily anchored to that area because of their residence, but businesses and retail stores would also like consumers to visit their sites. And so when you say human-centered as opposed to auto-centered, I took it as meaning that you didn't want an interchange there.
I think we're trying to create compact, walkable communities. We're not saying no cars. We're saying we would like people to be able to live near the amenities, services, jobs, that there is the potential to walk and bike or use their car or work somewhere else or drive to another center. Like we want all of those things. So I think what ultimately we're trying to say is if we continue to build an environment for cars, we shouldn't be surprised that we need to build infrastructure and more capacity, parking lots, et cetera, for cars. We are trying to deliberately shift that that paradigm and move towards, again, the earlier conversation, a more multimodal approach, infuse more transit into these areas to carry more people in one vehicle than a single occupancy vehicle. And so we are trying to have this shift towards a more pedestrian, a more human, a more people centered approach to our communities. It doesn't mean no cars. We're saying we're trying to shift that focus to more compact, walkable communities.
But can I just add one more thing? Because we just had this slide that for Clarksburg, we had a vision that we could do the compact community, job, and housing. The housing came through, that job didn't come through. So if you look at that thing, so people that they live there, their job is not there. They have to travel. And this is the problem with Clarksburg. This is the problem with Germantown. The existing community right now, and we are adding more to it by developing ComSat and Lincoln and all the other areas that we're adding density to it, we are adding more to the issue. So it's so important that we do the analysis and see how we can achieve it. That's what I'm concerned, that we say we're going to remove it, but we have a bigger issue. We have a much bigger issue, and all of this should be studied and analyzed together, not in separate pockets.
Yes, excuse me, I agree, but we're going to go through it. You've heard what the board, all the sites. So when you come back to in your next analysis, it's got to be not just what meets the needs of this immediate community, but it's a bigger picture. It's an and, right? It's not what's just for this community. We said look at the whole piece about. We talked about removing the north of 83, and what do we need to do with, yes, remove that, but also focus on not just this is its own unique place, but other options for people around here to have, better commutes or whatever, getting where they need to go, whether it's all multimodal, whether it's mass transportation, whatever, but show us, we said, in this Germantown Clarksburg piece, as you were working on now, how does all of that work together, okay? So let's keep going through here because we keep focusing on this piece. It's an important piece, but yeah, I think you have enough comments from the board about this, okay?
We can never have enough comments from you, so please keep giving them. But
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
we knew
but
this
we
would
want
be
to
a
get
major
through your whole
piece.
presentation, okay? There's other pieces too that other emerging ideas, right?
Public transit. So, we're talking about solutions to transportation problems. And I think that the two other sort of slices of the transportation piece are public transportation and active transportation. And I think these are real opportunities to address some of the capacity problems that we're seeing on the road. There are often times when there's a limit to how much road you can build, but you can always move more people in a bus. And that's a much more efficient, or a rail, right? Those are more efficient ways of bringing people from A to B along the same or even smaller, kind of slice of road infrastructure. So we think that public transportation is a really key service for the future growth and flourishing of Clarksburg. And, we've been working with our partners at MCDOT to ensure that the recommendations in this plan complement their efforts as they implement the Corridor Forward BRT system, which has 2 planned service lines that are inside of in Clarksburg. So our recommendations in this area center around refining and supporting those efforts for both the BRT and for local service. We think that dedicated transit lanes and high-quality stations are really a key part of creating a competitive transit service that actually excites people, gets them out of their cars, gets them into the locations that they're trying to get to in a competitive, timely manner. And our main recommendation on this front is really around establishing an interim condition of observation drive so that it can be constructed immediately. And what we're proposing is to understand what the kind of final condition would look like and then figuring out, and we've sort of started developing some concepts for this, but essentially proposing a 4-lane travel road, or four travel lane road that has some extra space in the curb to curb, but full facilities everywhere else. It can be built fully, but it would allow for a conversion to a dedicated bus service in the future at whatever time that MCDOT is ready to implement the corridor connector route, which would go along Observation Drive and, very importantly, connect the outlets, the park and ride option there, through the center of the planned area to the Germantown Transit Center and Mark Station. You know, the way that is, you know, sort of proposed and envisioned is a really important commuter connection, and I believe that it has potential to be a very high quality and fast service once it's fully built out. But at the same time, we don't want to further delay the delivery of Observation Drive, which is an extremely important piece of the transportation network for this community. So that's what we're working on to sort of give ourselves the flexibility, but to give the option to do this really easily in the future so that we don't lose this chance to have a dedicated BRT system through here.
Could you tell the difference between BRT and the corridor connector? Is it another transit? What is the difference between these two?
Yeah, certainly. And I think we have Chris here from MCDOT. If you need to add on to anything that I say, please feel free. But the 355 BRT, which is the green route here, that's the high frequency, some mixed traffic, a lot of dedicated guideway running bus system. We're talking maybe like sub 10-minute headways at certain times. So very high frequency. And the blue lines are the corridor connectors, which complement that line. And they would be operated maybe every 15 minutes, and could operate in mixed traffic or in dedicated right-of-ways.
But there are slower bus lines, a slower bus line.
They come less frequently.
Yeah.
But are more like local. They're faster local buses.
Okay.
Maybe think of it maybe like a ride-on extra kind of service.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And we think that would be, just such a great connection between downtown Clarksburg and downtown Germantown. So you can really open up your options for recreation. It might not be a commuter solution for everyone, but it would really provide a lot of connection between the two towns and their amenities. We can go to the next one.
So when we hear flash buses, are they the connectors or are they the BRTs, the flash buses?
The flash buses will be the BRT. So
okay.
flash on green and ride on extra on blue. The prioritization of the two different projects is a little different. I think the main 355 route will probably be delivered much ahead of the corridor connector route, which is why we want to establish this interim condition so that Observation Drive can go in and be ready when that time comes. But we don't have as clear of a timeline as we do on the 355 route.
So any of these BRTs going to be on Observation Drive? Is it going to be like a dedicated line on Observation Drive for BRT?
That's the final condition that we're hoping to achieve.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so that's all of our public transit points for now. And then my last section is the bike, walk, and roll, or active transportation network. We think this is a huge asset to the community from a transportation, recreation, and health perspective. Our recommendations here are to advance and complete the network of safe, low-stress bike shared use paths and trails in order to connect residents to different parts of town and to local amenities. This will be done through a combination of completing missing pieces of the network like Observation Drive and Little Seneca Parkway, as well as improving some unsafe and uncomfortable intersections that create barriers to biking, walking, and rolling. And then we can have the next one. So in addition to what's already been proposed in the bicycle master plan, we're recommending some additional shared use path connections along Westfield Baltimore Road and Clarksburg Road. And then we also recommend formalizing Some of the footpath shortcuts, those are the green examples, the bright green, between neighborhoods, and we really think that will help improve the walkability between neighborhood destinations. And then finally, we would like to recommend development of a Clarksburg-specific wayfinding program that will help visitors and residents understand the pretty good network of bike and walking trail opportunities to connect to several regional parks and a lot of local parks, schools, and then in any future public facilities or amenities.
All right, thanks, Nick. I'm sure you're aware that Clarksburg sits in a fairly sensitive environmental space as well, especially the 10 Mile Creek area on the west side. Much of the streams are within watersheds that feed into Little Seneca Lake, which is an emergency backwater drinking reservoir for the county and through agreements, the larger part of the region. So as new development takes place in the plan area, we also want to ensure that the natural environment is protected and enhanced to the greatest extent possible. So we've established some goals to either avoid, minimize, or mitigate the impacts of development on natural resources, conserve water quality and ecosystems through various development techniques and recommendations, conserve and expand the forest stands and tree canopy. We know we might lose some through development, but either protecting high-quality areas, especially through the stream valley areas, and introducing them back after development, I think, is a main part of our recommendations in that area. And also implementing sustainable design elements for development that does take place. So cool roofs, cool surfaces, green roofs, low impervious surfaces, that's right. Permeability is good, pervious is good. So I get confused sometimes. Yeah. And we hope to accomplish these goals by conserving natural lands along Little Seneca Creek tributaries, as I mentioned before. And we think this can be accomplished either through private conservation easements as development comes forward and new subdivisions are approved, or by expanding public parkland. We have some recommendations that I think Lily will get into a little bit more of, about some areas that we're looking at as potential parkland expansion. And again, just drilling down a little bit, this second bullet, it sort of encompasses a lot of ideas within our environmental recommendations here, but really to avoid or minimize impacts on the tributaries as new roads and development is coming online and being proposed, minimizing rough grading, land disturbance, adding best management practices to deal with stormwater treatment and slowing stormwater down, and again, also minimizing impervious surface areas to the greatest extent possible. So this sort of restates some of that intention that I've stated before, but the second bullet, I think, and the second and third gets a little more detailed. So looking at the possibility to require new development to provide a minimum of 35% of the site's impervious area as green cover. So that could be accomplished through green roofs, trees, lawns. It doesn't necessarily have to be forest or tree stands, but it's green cover. I think it's consistent with something that we've seen in other master plans in the county recently of trying to achieve this level of green cover as new development comes forward. And also looking at surface parking lots on public and private properties to provide tree canopy. So you might have a parking lot, you might have some buildings or walkways, but trying to achieve at least that half of the area is shaded by trees to provide comfort, reduce heat island effect. Climate change is an emerging and growing concern, so we want to make sure that we're providing that shade coverage as much as possible. I'll turn it over to John now to talk about history.
Good afternoon. John Liebertz, Cultural Resource Planner for the record. So the sector plan strives to recognize and interpret the heritage of the plan area, evaluate new sites and districts for listing in the master plan for historic preservation, and educate property owners on the benefits of local, state, and federal tax credit programs. The key emerging idea that I'll focus on today relates to the evaluation of sites and districts for listing in the master plan for historic preservation. So staff identified the former Rocky Hill community, a historic African-American community that originated in the 1870s and 1880s, for evaluation as an important cultural resource during the team's existing conditions analysis. Rocky Hill was centered around a church and a one-room schoolhouse on Frederick Road, right near the present-day Rocky Hill Middle School and Clarksburg High School. So for our evaluation, historic preservation staff evaluated one site in one district. The Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery site, represented by the red pin on the map on the left, and the Clarksburg Heights District, which is represented by the yellow outline. And I'll share some brief historical information about each resource. So in 1886, residents acquired a 1 acre piece of land for a place of worship and burial grounds, and the congregation built the current Gothic Revival style church, which is in the center of the slide, in 1925 after a fire razed the original place of worship. The new church served as a center of religious activity, but more importantly, functioned as an essential location where African American residents of Clarksburg had opportunities for leadership, activism, education, and social engagement. Many of these leaders are buried in the church cemetery, and no other sites or resources remain to reflect their contributions to the development of the county. Moving on to the Clarksburg Heights District, it is a small but notable mid-20th century subdivision planned, built, and owned by African Americans. It consists of 6 houses, and there are 2 examples on the right. F. Wilson and Sarah Wims developed this subdivision in 1963 to help counter widespread discriminatory housing practices and provide modern middle-class housing in the popular ranch and split-level styles for African Americans. The Wims sold several residences to educators, allowing them to live closer to their places of employment. The subdivision reflects the resilience and achievements of its developers and its residents, notably the contributions of Wilson Wims, Katie Harper, Mary Johnson, Edith Gregg, and James Gregg. Wims is recognized as a central figure in Clarksburg history, and Harper, Johnson, and Edith Gregg contributed over 100 years of service in the county's segregated and integrated schools. And lastly, James Gregg helped to facilitate the desegregation of country clubs and similar public accommodations in the county. So staff finds that the site and district each satisfied 3 designation criteria as listed in the county code. At its public hearing and work session on January 8th of 2025, the HPC agreed with staff's recommendation to list these resources to the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites and the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. So in addition, staff evaluated ComSat laboratories for listing in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation, designed by Master Architect Caesar Pelli and completed in 1969. ComSat Laboratories is an iconic example of high technology design in Maryland and Montgomery County. Research and development at ComSat Laboratories revolutionized communication technology throughout the country. The historic designation status of ComSat Laboratories has a long administrative history that I will detail at a future work session, but in short, its preservation has remained an open question since 2004. And the Planning Board approved the evaluation of ComSat Laboratories as part of the scope of work for this sector plan to resolve this issue. So staff concurred with the findings of the Historic Preservation Commission in 2005 that found that the property satisfied 6 designation criteria as outlined in the county code. The planning department then hired Fu Welmer's design consultants to prepare scenarios for the adaptive reuse of the building and site development of the property. After that, staff contracted HR&A Advisors, a real estate and economic development consultant, to examine the economic feasibility of various options. HR&A Advisors briefed the Planning Board on their findings in November, and based on the conclusions of Fu Welmer's and HR&A Advisors, the planning team shared with the board that we would not be recommending designation of ComSat on the Master Plan for Historic Preservation, since there is no economically feasible path forward for the adaptive reuse of the property in the near term while meeting the department's priorities for the plan. And today, the planning team reiterates and confirms that finding as part of our emerging ideas. So the Historic Preservation Commission held their public hearing and work session for the designation of ComSat Laboratories also in January. The commission found that the property satisfied 6 designation criteria and recommended that the property be listed to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. So the 3 designation requests for the church and cemetery site, for the Clarksburg Heights District, and the ComSat Laboratory site will come before the Planning Board during work sessions during the public hearing draft. And at that time, the board will make a recommendation to the County Council whether these resources should or should not be listed and protected in the master plan for historic preservation.
Can I ask you, the second bullet on the, you say that mitigation commensurate to the loss of the historic resource if the former laboratories are demolished. What does that exactly mean? What is it do you think would
Sure.
include or preclude? Because I don't know exactly what that means.
So there's a whole host of potential mitigation that could occur for the loss of the historic building and resource. Many times it's centered around survey and documentation of the building itself, survey of other types of similar resources, mid-century resources, modern resources in Montgomery County. There has been other cases where grants have been established for the improvement of historic resources within that general area of the building itself. I'm sure the members of the community who are interested in this property will also have recommendations, and the property owner will have their own aspects they want to tackle as well. Sometimes we have, public art on site, interpretation, how do we recognize
So it's going to
the
be a
history?
list of some ideas that would be provided that eventually in coordination with whoever that is involved, one or two options would be selected.
Yes, and so the planning
Okay.
staff and the property owners will collaborate on this,
Okay.
on potential mitigation for the loss of the building.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so for the record, Lily Mernon, Long Range Planner with Montgomery Parks. For our goals for parks, recreation, and open space, they come directly from our existing conditions findings and public feedback, and we've grouped them into 3 different categories, focusing on amenities, park access, and conservation. For amenities, our goal is to provide a range of parks and open space types that best serve the Clarksburg community, and in particular, we're looking to establish more active recreation opportunities where possible and appropriate. With access, there are many well-loved parks around the sector plan area and Clarksburg itself, but people do need to get in their cars to access these amenities. So our goal is to improve connectivity and access by all modes of transportation to existing parks, especially to Black Hill Regional Park from east of I-270. And we will be looking extra closely at walking, biking, and transit connections as part of this. And then with conservation, as mentioned earlier, there are really important natural resources and watersheds around Clarksburg, and we're looking to expand parkland and protect those natural areas where possible and appropriate. So to dive a little deeper on our recommendations around amenities, we're recommending that with redevelopment on the ComSat site, there's a dedication of an 8 to 12 acre local park that supports social connection, environmental preservation, and in particular, active recreation. And then relatedly, we're recommending that the Department of Recreation explore the feasibility of a community rec center or aquatic center on that site. And we'd like to note that the 12-acre local park would be large enough to provide space for a co-located recreation center in addition to park amenities. And then Dowden's Ordinary Special Park, which is the picture at the bottom right, we're looking to investigate potential for additional amenities that align with this historic significance as a gathering space. And then looking at park access, part of that is to improve the wayfinding for pedestrian and bicycle connections to all nearby parks. So what that means is, like, for parks where there's already connections between the parks and other destinations, sometimes people don't know those connections exist. So something as simple and clear as consistent signing can just make the difference between knowing it's there and how to access it. So one example is between the Clarksburg Neighborhood Park and the Clarksburg High School and Rocky Hill Middle School. They're all very close to each other, but making those connections clearer would be a big help. And the other example is Dowden's Ordinary Special Park and the future planned library across the street. We're exploring options to make sure there's enough parking and include signage to direct people from the library site over to the park as well. And then another recommendation is to improve access to Black Hill Regional Park by transit service, and also by a shared use path along West Old Baltimore Road. And then, as Nick mentioned, with the extension of Little Seneca Parkway over I-270, that would provide an additional connection as well. We've also heard concerns from the community about the safety of the intersection of the entrance of Black Hill Regional Park with West Old Baltimore Road and Lake Ridge Drive, thank you. So our recommendations will address some needed safety intersection improvements here. And then we'll also explore creating a paved trail connection from West Old Baltimore Road to the existing paved trail network within the park itself. And then another recommendation is to improve access to Little Bennett Regional Park and Ovid Hazen Wells Recreation Park by completing some already planned pedestrian and bike improvements on Frederick Road, Clarksburg Road, Stringtown Road, and Piedmont Road, which some of these are outside of the area itself, but these are major parks that people living in the plan area use regularly. And then to achieve our conservation goals, we're recommending establishing parkland along Cool Brook tributary, which is shown in the map on the right, outlined in red dotted line. And this would extend from the existing Little Seneca Greenway Stream Valley Park all the way up to the north in Shawnee Lane. And as mentioned earlier, this is a really important watershed, and there are also existing high-quality and terrestrial ecosystems that we'd like to protect.
Who owns the land there? This is where the observation drive was it? And you just said that we don't have the right-of-way.
We don't, no. So this would be during the development review process. We would negotiate as part of that redevelopment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some of this property in the red dashed line is also owned by Montgomery County Public Schools. There's a private property owner on Shawnee Lane, as well as a lot of it is on the property owners of ComSat and maybe a small portion for the Linthicum family. So it sort of stitches together several properties, and it would be potentially achieved over time, not all at once.
And this land is around the stream, so it would already be protected in some way, but we're recommending parkland to help actively manage it and keep it really high-quality natural area.
Yeah. Can I ask a quick question? Yeah. How would that and acquiring that property and putting it all together interact with connecting Little Seneca Parkway across 270? Because that would then cut across portion of that. So I just want to what would be the process for that piece of it?
That's actually, yes, my second point, because the bridge,
we're gonna go right over
the
there.
bridge would go over parkland, so we would want to make sure that impacts, that the span is wide enough that it doesn't impede the stream flow and the aquatic ecosystems, and then also creating like room for wildlife to move through the area as well. Yeah, so we would work with MCDOT.
Well, that may be the first time I haven't asked a question that's on the next slide, but literally the next bullet down that I just didn't read. So thank you for that, I appreciate it.
Yeah, and similarly, we're also interested to explore creating wildlife crossings that connect parkland on both sides of I-270, especially with that Little Seneca Parkway crossing I-270, and then if there's any other construction or widening on I-270 as well.
Do you have an indication how much land that is, this proposed Cool Brook tributary park, whatever?
Can you repeat that?
Do you have a sense of how much land that is? You can tell me later.
Not off the top of my head. I will get back to you. I can get back to you.
Nick's telling me it's probably from 25 to 30 acres, maybe the entire extent. A lot of that, I think, is on the ComSat property, and then there's potential for extending it up to Shawnee Lane. So probably anywhere between 20 to 40, depending on how wide it is. I mean, this line is an estimate, and
right. This is a concept boundary, and I can get you a better estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And that's everything for parks.
all right, last but not least, we want to make sure that we are attentive to the adequate public facilities in the area, so consistent with what we've heard in the Clarksburg community and how we typically seek to accomplish master planning. In any case, we want to make sure that the public facilities such as schools, libraries, rec centers, emergency response stations, both police and fire and emergency services, are adequate and accessible to current residents, and also those that keep pace with future development, not only residents, but people that work in the area, visit the area, and so on. So we've had a couple meetings with MCPS and bounced a couple ideas off of them. We want to make sure that we can add better safe routes to school so people can get to these schools without having to drive. Certainly some will drive their kids and themselves as teachers to the schools, but making it safer for kids and parents to walk, and teachers and administrators to walk to schools, maybe bike, and also for buses to be safe going through the roads and getting to school. So we have a number of, the schools that are in the sector plan, we have some ideas for how to improve safe routes to school. Ensure that there's viable options for MCPS to provide adequate capacity when the need arises, and I'll mention that in the next slide for a moment. And also we heard concerns about coverage for cellular, public wireless internet, broadband services in Clarksburg. It's not something we typically have a lot of control or role in, but we have some ideas for how to have different county agencies work with service providers to look for opportunities to expand coverage, make sure there's no dead zones, and provide better access to broadband and home-based internet as well. It's a countywide issue, but we want to address it here in this sector plan too. So based on the potential growth, the estimate of how many people might be moving into the sector plan area in the future, we look at how many kids that might bring. So just from new development, how many kids from all 3 levels of schools might be associated with those housing units, as well as the change in current housing and neighborhoods that are within and surrounding the plan area. So you can see here on the table that we think there could be as many as 770 elementary school students, 420 middle school students, 580 high school students at this theoretical potential build-out. It's a similar number we use for our travel modeling to understand the vehicle movement and transit movement. And yet still, based on our analysis of the projections for future enrollment, we don't think there's a need for dedication of a new school site. I don't think we mentioned it earlier, but there is a plot of land that's dedicated to a school, for an elementary school along West Old Baltimore Road in the south section of the sector plan. That's sort of a holding area that for a potential new elementary school. So that could take the demand of a new elementary school and accommodate that. But in our future trends, our school system planner has really found that the future trends in enrollment across all of the schools are in either flat or downward trend. So we don't think even with the future growth of this sector plan area, accommodating new development, or kids coming and going from existing housing, that there is a continued out years problem with overcapacity or lack of capacity. This has been the case as Clarksburg was a new community years ago. I think people in the community have experienced moving from school to school, portables, over enrolled schools, but we think that in the out years this is not going to be a problem, and the school enrollment will be adequate, I think. That doesn't mean that there won't be changes in boundaries or future assignments to schools, but just the overall capacity of schools, we think, in the future has many more seats than will be needed in this area in Clarksburg. I'm not an expert on that, so if you have more questions, we might have to get back to you on that. We want to make sure that any new public water and sewer connections are accomplished in a way that minimizes environmental impacts to the greatest extent possible. There are properties, especially along Frederick Road, that aren't hooked into the sewer system. They might be either on septic or undeveloped, unimproved right now. But we want to make sure that there's gravity-fed systems, that you're not degrading stream valleys, cutting across sensitive lands in any of these future connections. With that sort of includes our highlights of emerging ideas so far. We have an anticipated schedule moving forward. We want to come back to you with a more detailed set of preliminary recommendations later in the spring, and provide a working draft to you to consider accepting as the public hearing draft in early summer, likely June of this year, after which point we'll open the public hearing, have a public hearing date set by you, and likely have work sessions in the fall, and anticipate transmitting your approved plan in the form that you adopted to the council in the fall. So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to entertain any other questions or comments you have. And for anyone listening at home or online, feel free to follow our links and the QR code here to our website and subscribe to our e-letter to stay involved.
Well, thank you, Mr. Larson, and your team. It's obvious you've done a lot of analysis. You've done a lot of community engagement to nearby property owners, and it was in your emerging ideas have been formed largely by all of that engagement. So I really, really appreciate that. That's what it takes to make a successful plan. So thank you. I had just, I know you'll be coming back to us. You know, we talked about this big picture of this transportation needs, not just of this property, but how it all, you know, how does it connect to nearby communities, and making sure that, as we talked about, maybe there's some relief. You know, how does it all work together, right? In Germantown, Clarksburg, and how does it all work together? So when you come back, it's important that you can help us work through those pieces. You know, what we need is not just for the community, but, you know, even in the businesses, we're all about how to grow the county in terms of being business friendly, and whatever businesses that do go as part of this plan, they have to be successful. So we want to give them the best chance of being successful, whatever that means, right? You know, being able to see them, get to them, so they're not just an island. So looking at all of that piece too, as well as complete streets, all the things that we're looking at in terms of Thrive. In terms of housing for all, you know, I love it that you're talking about different housing types, like the tiny houses and other things like that. So we really want to, you know, so as you're thinking of maybe zoning type of typologies or whatever, for that it includes a lot of flexibility. You know, this is a large pieces of land. You know, I know, you know, we're talking about people want to own homes but can't afford in other areas, and some of them because, but I would hope that maybe, you know, what some of the land planning look like Levittown, where smaller homes and, you know, or, you know, where that, because size drives price. So maybe some, you know, this is, I don't know if, it's just ideas of how we can, and then we don't have many places with alleys in the county. I don't know, you know, given you have now large pieces of property, would alleys help in your places? I don't know, but I'm just saying that's maybe for the developer to determine. But let's look at the different housing types, knowing that we want to put in there housing for our rental, for sale, but things that also are affordable to working class families. So as we're thinking through this. So thank you for all your hard work in here, and we look forward to you coming back with at the next step. So yeah, please, all my board members.
But in addition to what I 100% agree, especially looking at the transportation and you know, general view for the higher community around there. One more thing that I know you guys have a very difficult job, because we are planning for future. At the same time, we have to think about existing community and the quality of existing community. And what where we want to go with what the community wants, they may not align, okay? And we have seen it in many places that people have different ideas of what we envision for the future. So our job is that although we plan for the future generation, we need to make sure that we keep the quality of the existing community intact and in place. People in Clarksburg, they moved there because housing was cheaper. And now there is an issue because there is not enough transportation, either roads or public or transit, whatever what was in the master plan has not come to realization. And we are adding more with our future that we want to be walkable, compact community. All are beautiful and great, and I support 100%. But there is a large community there that we need to take care of. And with all our planning that we are making, we're not only thinking about future, we have to give the promises that we give the people of Clarksburg and Germantown. We have to get some of those promises to be real. It comes to be real. And help them to enjoy the family while we are helping them to, their children stay with them. We want the parents to enjoy their lives also. So I don't know how you're going to do it, but I'm sure you can do it. But let's make sure that whatever we do, we think about all these different generations existing and future together. That was the only thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just very quickly say we're very much coordinated with our CPP division, who, as you've alluded to, recommended removal of that northern section of M83. And so this is not being done in isolation. We've been tracking all those conversations in coordination with them behind the scenes, and our good friends at MCDOT. Chris is in the audience here and a former employee, so he gets us well, and we will have more answers for you soon.
Do you have any questions, comments from our other board members?
Yeah, just a couple other questions, unrelated. Well, first, just very briefly coming back to the transportation interchange issue, I very much appreciate where it sounds like we're going with that, and how it ties into the rest of the kind of larger idea of making this a very walkable environment that facilitates engagement on the street and a lot of foot traffic and accessibility through that for existing or future neighbors who live kind of nearby with the new development potentially, and also those on the other side of 270. I think that's the right approach. I think my question was trying to get the idea of knowing that future development may pieces of that may say that it's reliant on a potential new piece of infrastructure. I think I was interested in trying to have some analysis handy so we can understand the feasibility, coming back to your point, a little bit more of the economic analysis argument, and what kind of infrastructure actually can support different types of mixed use and retail development, because pieces of this in theory, this development could look like a combination of many things, which would be great. Could bring new jobs, could bring townhomes and lots of residents, could also bring retail, and hopefully a style of retail that is very much in line with the design principles and the urban design principles that we've talked about elsewhere. So, and I was really appreciative, I saw a lot of those comments in kind of the in the goals and visions too, vision kind of points related to land use and urban design, and I think that's all really good. So I just wanted to say that and say I'm appreciative of where it looks like this is going. So thanks to all of you for that. I did have a question about, we didn't spend a lot of time on this, but it looked like they were proposing kind of two neighborhood districts from a land use standpoint or potential zoning standpoint on the ComSat site. One, it seemed like was maybe heading in the direction of CRT, the other one maybe a little bit more CR. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that, the ideas behind that, and whether we think that provides a sufficient amount of flexibility, given that there's so many moving pieces with redevelopment on that site. And I know it's gone through so many iterations already with what's been, the different concepts. Thanks for bringing that up. So do we think that this kind of conceptual approach provides sufficient flexibility? And what do we imagine on our end sort of potentially fitting into the northern side and the southern side?
Yeah, that's a good question. I can speak to that. So this concept framework plan is really more about intensity and character of development than zoning. So I'll just lay our card out on the table by saying that we're looking at the entire ComSat property, even up to Stringtown Road on Gateway Center Drive, as a potential for just CR zone. Probably consistently across the entire length of Observation Drive here. Maybe to the south of West Old Baltimore, transitioning into a CRT, the town, on a different property. So while you're seeing two tones in red here on ComSat, that's really more about where we are seeing the opportunity to concentrate more of an activity center, commercial center, retail, maybe higher density residential as well, mixing those uses, versus the lighter reds, more low intensity, lower heights, lower densities, maybe even along Gateway Center Drive, continuing the flex space industrial uses for years to come. This map and these boundaries don't necessarily reflect where we're going with the zone, but we want to promote that flexibility as well. So I would see there would be a consistent zone across the entirety of the ComSat property as, one of the largest properties in the area with some potential for development there. So your point is well taken. I think we're not looking to split zone the property at all, but sort of guide the vision of development towards focusing around where we think the transit stations would be with more intensity. And it would be a guideline, not a requirement for the property owner developer to accomplish that.
Yeah, thanks. That makes sense. Yeah, I appreciate that. And you sort of led into what my next comment was going to be, which is great. Not as much of a question as a comment, and you spoke to this a little bit already, as well as kind of thinking about trails and connections, whether it was through parks, potential connections there, or on surface streets. But obviously, we've talked a little bit about potential BRT through corridor connections coming up, future Observation Drive. 355 is certainly not as close. Can't remember exactly. It's maybe half a mile away from its at its closest point to just focusing on the ComSat property, maybe a little bit further than that. It'd be great if, as we move forward, and we've talked a little bit about it already, but how do we also encourage as many accessible connections for people to reach 355 BRT as well, both through connections, like actual connections for pedestrians and bikes, and also through sufficient wayfinding ideas that we've talked about a little bit with parks too. Because these BRT lines will serve different purposes, of course. One will head more into Germantown, one will head down to Shady Grove, and it would be great knowing the intensity of development that hopefully will come to the ComSat site, knowing that it will be potentially a new moderate-sized job center. I don't think that the BRT on Observation will be sufficient alone to serve that need. I think 355 is really going to assuming that there are adequate connections and that they're convenient for people, and coming back to your point earlier, that it's competitive from a time standpoint, but the connections can help further that aim. So I just wanted to, I know it's on your mind. I just wanted to emphasize, for me, the importance of thinking about that now, and how can we really, further that goal. And I know some of this is in the bike master plan that we talked about. But to me, that's really important. That's a hugely important piece of this, especially because, the BRT, actually on this stretch, of course, the BRT actually got moved off 355 to Snowden Farm Parkway, even further away, which makes those connections even more critical. So I just wanted to note that, and thanks for any ideas you have moving forward about how to make those connections better and more accessible for people.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment a lot, and yeah, I can respond a little bit to that and sort of give some ideas to what we're thinking and what we're trying to do to make that work. So as you stated, yeah, the 355 route is a bit of a misnomer in Clarksburg because it's actually on Stone Farm, as you said. Maybe in the future, it's being done in phases, right? So, we're still trying to accommodate all possibilities, but right now the thinking is that it will go along Stone Farm Parkway and then come back into our sector plan area at 355 and Stringtown Road. And so I think some of the things that we're looking at are providing opportunities for overlapping stations. So maybe having the corridor connector route share a station at the outlets. Completing the bike and walk network will be really great for improving access to these different places. Providing opportunities for park and ride, at least in our sector plan area, to use, to take advantage of the corridor connector route. And then, thinking about how local bus service can overlap with both the 355 route and the corridor connector route. I think those are going to be our best tools.
And I just want to add that we're also exploring natural surface trail connection from the ComSat site through to the park and the middle school, high school. It would be challenging, but not impossible, and it would be natural surface, but we're looking at that too.
Yeah, that's great to hear, because thanks for bringing that up. That reminded me of something that I now remember I'd thought of a while ago that escaped my mind, and I hadn't thought about it since. But yeah, it's knowing how disconnected some of the street network currently is, and obviously there won't be streets going through the park in the future, but the schools are over there. It's nice to know that there could be some plan to at least help people walk through that area and reach schools or get further on to Snowden Farm Parkway. So thanks for that. Can I just add one more quick thing, and then I'm going to wrap it up. So I think it makes sense to have an interim condition for Observation Drive. I think I agree with you on that. I hope that we can present some design ideas that can really encourage a construction of observation that will very easily lend itself to not only creating dedicated lanes in the future, but preventing ideally any conflicts with future car travel without significant retrofitting of the roadway at that point. So whether that means we propose in the plan, just as an example, whether that means we propose in the plan that we want to design this road to accommodate median running BRT as opposed to curb running BRT, as a way to mitigate conflicts. I'm just sort of spitballing ideas, but the higher order principle being design primarily for BRT. It may not be there when it's done, but that it will be ready to go to create the sort of like very fast, efficient, low conflict with motor vehicles experience that will make it competitive in the future. So whatever kind of language we might be able to use to speak to that, that would be great as well.
Yeah, understood, appreciate that. And again, I'll keep it very brief, Chair. We're looking at that as well, and that the ridership and the area that ultimately that BRT guided the alignment that we're proposing here to try to capture as much ridership as possible with the existing residential neighborhood and the new neighborhood that will come. So that also was one of the factors and one of the more significant factors that led to this ultimate alignment that we've proposed. So we are trying to promote BRT in multiple facets, but we hear you on design as well. It's something that we're still talking about.
Okay. Mr. Bartley, Cedric, you good?
I'm all right for right now.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. A lot of thought went into this. We really appreciate it, right? Look forward to coming back. So that ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you, everyone.